Alright, so we're back, and last time we finished one of the main quest missions that was possibly the most, almost certainly, the most important one that we have done thus far. That being, we activated the Remnant City, what we previously thought to be the Meridian, but in fact turns out that it's not quite so simple. There's actually a totally different place where the actual Meridian got sent, and we may have the information to go seek that out now. For what it's worth, we were checking last time at the end of the stream, and apparently we are 83% of the way done with the game, which sounds like we're far along, but, you know, it doesn't seem as though that would suggest we're about to finish. But if you bear in mind, if we look at our journal here, obviously we have the main quest here, but we still have a few missions there. We still have, let's see, a mission here, a mission there, a mission there, a mission there, a mission there, and then several minor things in this additional tasks list. I think this is really the thing. If you consider that, you know, each one of these might be 1% of the way toward completion, that suggests we are very close to the end of the game, perhaps a lot closer than I had realized, because it felt like we had done so many side quests and we had delayed the main quest for so long that surely we had a pretty big backlog of main quest missions, but maybe that is not the case, and we might be about to head into one of the final missions of the game. Obviously, complete missions, that's a different story. But we'll be looking to, at this point, I mean, we had questions of, you know...
I think I could handle it.
Oh.
Your brain's rattled enough. Come on. One headbutt. We'll keep Lexi on standby.
That's not a good idea.
I'm not condoning any of this.
It's definitely not a good idea. But we'll check in on these various things here, of course, but... we were previously concerned about, would there be some kind of hidden timer, much like in the suicide mission for Mass Effect 2 is sort of our main concern. You know, do we basically have to take on the main quest promptly, or else potentially suffer some serious negative side effects, some consequences? Or that's what we've mostly been concerned about, and that's one of the main reasons why we had so aggressively taken down those side quests thus far. But there is a chance that it's not quite as extreme as that, and it might just be that there's a point of no return, which I guess we haven't really thought of it that way before. But there is a chance that it's just after a certain point, the main quest, you get to a stage where the game basically locks you out of all other content, and you have to finish the rest of the main quest, which maybe means that you just can't do any of the side quests after that, or maybe it means that, you know, you have to see the game through to the end of the main quest, and technically speaking, the main plot line of the game is over, but you could still go back and do some side quests. So there's a chance that maybe we're making this out to be a bigger deal than it actually is, and, you know, we don't need to be worried about, oh, you know, we're getting close to the end of the game, but there might be a hidden timer, so we need to do the main quest right now. Maybe we just do all the side questy stuff, and if it's just a point of no return, then it's not a huge deal, and we can basically just do the whole remainder of the main quest, and it's not an issue at all. So we'll see. But then we did also talk about how we've recently started up doing some Andromeda multiplayer stuffs, and or at least we did one round of Andromeda multiplayer stuff, and once we're finished with the campaign, we're looking to ramp up and basically do Andromeda multiplayer where we were previously streaming the campaign. And the mission funds that we get from these Apex missions have very quickly it became very clear that those are a big deal. I was wondering if they were just to make the Apex teams, or if they'd actually have a meaningful use in Andromeda multiplayer, and they very much do. So we did this week, for that reason, do every type of mission. For a while, we were doing just the... I thought I claimed all rewards. There we go. For a while, we were just doing gold missions, because it became pretty clear that if we did every single type of mission, then we were going to flood ourselves with so many credits, resources, and gear that loot was going to become pretty much insignificant. But that's kind of already the case now, so there's not really any difference between completely stopping Apex missions and doing them all at this point, because either way, we're going to be flooded with all those resources more than we could ever really need. But doing them does help us a lot from a multiplayer standpoint. So for that reason, you know, why not go back to doing all of them? And as I was just saying, if we are, in fact, perhaps about to finish the game, or at least very close to finishing the game, then I mean, it's not that much longer for us to be holding back. So why not just let the dogs out, release the hounds at this point, and go all in once again. Which, of course, means we're going to have a whole bunch of stuff here for us to either sell or break down into components, but at this point, it's mostly just so we maintain inventory space more than anything. I guess you could make a case we could just, if it truly doesn't matter at all, we could just deliberately not even sell or break these things. We could just not even turn in the quests. Because, oh, well, do we get the mission funds from opening the chests, or is it from completing the missions? I think it actually is just completing the missions. So we technically could just never open a single chest. Do all the missions, but never open a chest, and we'd still get the mission funds that we're looking for. But anyways, once all this stuff loads in, we'll break that stuff down, and then we'll basically, I think from here on out, more or less just go side quest by side quest specifically, and try to check them all off the list. And because, I mean, we were talking about, you know, is it a hidden timer? Is it a point of no return? Either way, I suspect that the timer, or the key point for that hidden timer, or that point of no return, is very quickly approaching, because we're further along in the game than I had perhaps realized. So, but now let's just head back over to, not this. So, I mean, I guess we'll break them down this time. I mean, again, like, it doesn't really make much of any difference at this point, I don't think, and we're pretty much just going to break down any and everything that we have not crafted ourselves, I think. So we could certainly, if we find ourselves in need of a specific type of weapon, we could certainly craft one, we could certainly purchase one. So that's not really a concern. I know the Soned was one that I think we were deliberately trying to hold on to because we were curious about it, because we hadn't really tried it before, and it is an ultra rare, so theoretically, you'd think it'd be pretty good. Maybe we'll make one exception there. Again, I mean, we could always just go back and craft it if we really wanted to. Don't break down that one. The one that we crafted. Otherwise, should be good. And I didn't even see how many items we had when we started this process, but now we're at 107, which feels like it's just barely enough. Oh, go back here. Feels like it's just barely enough that, I mean, one mission, surely we would not cap out our inventory, but we went, oh, also technically, for mods, we need to sell, don't get anything for breaking them down, but yeah, if we were to do a few missions, we might actually still cap out our inventory, so excuse me. We'll sell some mods for that reason. Wait on the pistol, I guess this isn't a huge issue. You have a scope up there? Don't think so. Oh, well, right here we do. Straightforward damage? Yes. Although that is a useful one to have a couple rounds of, I suppose, just in case. Yes, basically just do a few of those to reduce the number of stuffs we have in our inventory here once again. I mean, I doubt we're ever going to use multiple assault rifles simultaneously, so I guess we can get rid of our extra straightforward barrel. To be honest, since we're not even using an assault rifle right now, I don't think, right? We have a pistol and a shotgun. Realistically, we may not be too concerned about the mods here. hold on to a scope just in case we don't, and stability just in case we don't have any of those lying around, but those might truly just be simple dead weight. That's not a terrible downside. We're not really concerned about scaling the melee damage much. And again, you know, maybe not doing this absolutely perfectly, getting rid of the duplicates, keeping the ones that, the highest level versions we have with no downside, but don't really think it needs to be absolutely perfect at this stage. Did we have penetration? I don't remember. We'll keep it just in case, because that is a good one. Okay, and now we have plenty of inventory space. I guess we'll check. Armor is definitely, I think, pretty safe to sell those, if it's not something that we crafted. And not the extra experience gear that is probably not all that necessary anymore. And, I mean, after doing this, I mean, I guess if we were to do another big round of opening up the Apex mission boxes, then we might still need to do some more inventory sorting, but if not, then that might more or less have us all set for, maybe, dare I say, the rest of the game. No, probably not quite.
Need something?
Didn't Lexi want to talk to us
I'll
before?
let you get back to it.
I think we
I'll be
did speak to
here
her
if you
afterward,
need me.
but I can't remember exactly what came of that. But that was actually me trying to talk to Track.
Pathfinder?
We can talk more later.
But nothing from him?
Sure.
Okay. Maybe I shouldn't be reading into that little conversation that Liam was having with Drac.
Pathfinder, thought you might be Callow. I asked him for nav data.
Data for what?
Mapping the Scourge. Now we know it's a weapon, I hate it more. Designed to isolate, lingers well after the war. I know what that is. It's a minefield.
Does sound a little personal. That is true. So we learned a lot from our previous main quest mission. That not only was the Meridian not really the full Meridian, but there's the Jardin, who it seems were the creators of the Remnant and the Meridian, and they fled. As for whether they're still alive or not, who knows? They got attacked, and they got attacked with the Scourge, apparently. Still unclear what the exact origin of the Scourge was. You know, was it the Ket who attacked the Jardin, or was it someone else?
You saw minefields in crisis response? A lot of wounded?
That was awful, sure. But the long term is worse. Minefields hobble the whole population, make normal life impossible. Mark this. The Ket are bad, but whoever deployed the Scourge, they're some motherfuckers.
Hey, easy. But understandable. Is that the Remnant City? It does look like it. Okay, so let's now take a look at what exactly we want to check off the list here. And I think there is a very obvious priority number one.
Did you ever meet Jen Garson?
I shook her hand once at a fundraiser and then blurted something about wanting to look under her dress.
Suvi!
You didn't. I wanted to see how it worked. Prototype smart textile, changing colours in response to sound. And there was also a lot of champagne.
Suvi. Oh dear. Okay, so I think there is an obvious thing for us to go after first. So obviously there's the main quest, but we're going to continue to try to postpone that because we're basically acting on the assumption, I think, from here on out, that this main quest is not functioning on one of those hidden timers like the suicide mission in Mass Effect 2, but more like a point of no return, which I guess all of the Mass Effect games 1, 2, and 3 have had, so that's maybe a safer bet for that reason. And it also just seems like, there are several quests that we got very recently. So it would feel a little underhanded if the game was like, oh, hey, here's this last second quest you can do. You only have the briefest moment, or actually, you don't even have time to do it, because if you do, you're going to be punished significantly for delaying the main quest, which, to be fair, is, in some ways, that is very possible in Mass Effect 2. But only if you, it is possible in Mass Effect 2. So, who knows? It's still a possibility. But this is the quest that I was alluding to before. We learned about it pretty darn recently. So that's one of the reasons why I feel like we should at least have some time to get this done before the game punishes us, right? So Truth and Trespass, an anonymous message suggests sinister motives behind the capture of the Solarian Ark. Follow the leads to uncover the truth. It's on Havarl. I feel like, not been to Havarl for a little bit. Let's see. That's on the Nexus. So, I mean, basically, I feel as though, obviously, priority ops, those are the highest priority missions. That's the main quest. But it seems like you can almost kind of look at these in descending order. Highest priority, next highest priority, next highest priority, next highest lowest priority. So, if we're delaying this, obviously we're going to do it at some point, then we want to make sure that we do these. This, I'm concerned about. As I started to say last time, it's a bigger mission than I had expected in some respects, because it had initially just described itself as, this is a Ket base. We've run into several Ket bases before, except there were times when, since I saw it showing up on this screen here under the allies and relationships, and it doesn't have just a generic image, it has an image of a specific Ket person, it seemed, in that sense, as though, okay, maybe there's a little bit more to it, and yet we still delayed it, so I'm kicking myself a little bit for postponing this as much as we did, especially because it also requires that we talk to Suvi, as does the main quest. So I don't know. Next time we try to talk to Suvi, is she going to speak to us about the main quest, or is she going to speak to us about this? I'm not sure. I feel like the main quest is probably going to get bumped up into the... because obviously that's, in most circumstances, the thing that people are going to be trying to do, or at least it's the most important thing. So I imagine that probably will override the fact that we also want to speak to her about this. And so if talking to Suvi is the threshold for the point of no return, then it's like, okay, can we at least talk to her a couple of times, and can we still go off and do whatever this leads us to? Or are we going to get trapped into doing just the main quest and only the main quest from there on out? Not sure. But for that reason, I think, as much as I really do want to do this, it's probably going to be the last side quest that we do before doing the main quest. Then these feel like very minor things. Oh, this is just return to turn in all of our artifacts on Aya. I feel like we had... yeah, that's also on Aya. I guess it has been a little while since we've gone to Aya. We were definitely... oh no, this is Kadara, not Eladin. I was going to say, I felt like we were pretty thorough last time we were on Eladin, and I'm surprised that we didn't see an icon showing up for that. In fact... okay, yeah. And here's why, because the only mission under Eladin is actually something we do on Aya. Then a few things in the Nexus, although these were supposedly in other locations that we just didn't really know where they were, around the galaxy. And then Tempest. Oh, yes, also mostly for the Nexus. And then, I mean, if we're getting close to the end of the game, you would think that our movie night that we've been building up toward would be pretty close to being done. In fact, you know what? It feels like every time we finish a mission, somebody else is asking us to do something for the movie night. And if we need to do a mission in between every one of the movie night updates, then we might want to prioritize this, to tell you the truth, so that we still have a mission to do. So we come back to the Tempest, and if there is anyone else who still wants us to do something for movie night, we give them a chance to tell us. So it might actually be a Nexus trip here, to tell you the truth. Okay. And didn't we... oh yeah, we actually did learn of several entirely new locations. So that also leads me to think... see, we got these very, very recently. I forget if this was... I mean, it must have been post remnants in here, maybe just before from something. And this still looks like the one place that there might be a location we can go to that we're not yet able to go to. But point being that there's more stuff that we're learning about last minute here, which makes me think that that would be pretty cruel if the game handed us all these things the last second. It's like, oh ho ho, carrot on a stick, you know you want these things, except if you take them, you're gonna be punished. So maybe it is worth just seeing what we find on these spots, and who knows, most of the time, it's just scanning and we get experience and resources and stuff like that. Oh, there's even another one hiding over there. Okay, so maybe we try those real quick. Not expecting anything big, but you never know.
The Scourge really left its mark on these systems.
It's getting dense in the space beyond. Better be careful.
Okay. Oh, yep, there definitely is a lot of Scourge.
Anomaly detected.
Don't know what this is pointing at.
Getting a scan.
Whoa. Comet Revolver. What the heck? That's just the name of the comet, I guess? Okay, there's a titanium deposit. The Angaran records confirm this comet collided with observational equipment at several points, causing it to spin off course. It follows a doomed orbit. That is not a scientific term. I don't believe. I mean, an unstable orbit where it will eventually branch off and leave the system? Well, either way, it is a little bit of titanium. So as we suspected, some resources. Well, let's work our way out. Then wow, what is this one that's way out here? It's, well, technically on that side. It's another one that looks just like Jupiter. Does it have the spot? Not, unless you want to say that is the spot. Kinda, sorta, a little bit. Little bit there. Little bit there. Oh, what the heck is that?
Probe away. I found something.
It's a storm with a very strange color, because this is a gas giant, without question. So the fact that there's a... I mean, all of the other things around this are also gas that is moving around, and so the fact that there's such a distinguishable storm on top of that is just kind of weird. And it's not blended in as much as you would expect it to be, like the eye on Jupiter. Okay, so this storm does not fit Huiton's usual patterns. It appears to be the result of a comet impact that occurred within the past decade. Okay, well, that would explain some of it then. It gives us some experience. Oh, and it is Huiton, or however you're supposed to say that. Light atmospheric pressure. Its hydrogen and nitrogen atmosphere is notable for its unique weather patterns. Storms begin and end here with almost mechanized consistency. Okay. So I'm trying to think of what we would... I guess, what are the things that we would be most looking for in a new place? All these new systems. Probably quests, first of all. Is there anything that we just don't even know about yet, quest-wise, that we'll learn here? That's possible. Otherwise, since credits and resources and research are not that meaningful for us right now, probably experience. Let's see. Oscrio. Basically no atmosphere. Quite cold. Gold and silver abound in the thin rings surrounding this icy world, likely caused by numerous meteor impacts over hundreds of millennia. Okay, well, there's nothing else for us to do there, though. Let's see. Then the next innermost planet, I think, is here.
I'm picking up something.
And this is Siktin, which has a relatively normal, not that extreme, amount of atmospheric pressure. Despite its size, this gas giant was not visible from the Milky Way galaxy during early surveys. Whether it was somehow missed or affected by the Scourge is unclear. Whoa. Okay, apparently it was... we were trying to scan, was right on top of us all along.
Probe away.
Whoa.
Got a reading from the asteroid belt.
Okay, well, it's a satellite of unknown origin. Wait, what is the name of the... what is it? Is it Agents of Unknown Origin? Is the Blue Oyster Cult album, if I'm getting my facts straight here? With Don't Fear the Reaper on it? Something like that. Okay, power readings 13.5%. System report, severe damage to all systems, status inactive. Analysis, this Andromeda Initiative satellite appears to be programmed to study Siktin, but many of its key components have been stripped away. Okay, well, it's Milky Way research data. Not that we really need that, but it's kind of strange that we didn't even know that that planet existed, and we have a research station there on that satellite. Or, we have a satellite research station, maybe. Strong way to describe that. What is this? Veil. Somewhat thick atmosphere. Oh, wow. But it is incredibly hot. Veil's silica and aluminum surface is spotted with anomalous materials that defy our scans. Reaching those materials through the scorching, irradiated atmosphere will be the challenge of a generation. Okay, that is interesting. Because at first glance I saw this and it looked like, oh, you know, this is a terrestrial world. This might be the planet in the system that is most likely to be habitable. And, well, then I saw how hot it is. Like, I saw the atmospheres first, and I was like, okay, you know, it's thicker atmosphere than you'd like, but it might still be possible to live there. Then I saw the temperature. No way that's happening. And it may only get hotter here as we're moving in. On H88. Again, relatively normal-ish atmosphere, although still quite hot. Endless flat deserts cover H88's surface under a sky suffused with lightning. A single great gouge, like an abandoned quarry, suggests a mining effort by ancient visitors. Can we see that? Is it this? I mean, that's huge. I don't know if we can actually see any signs of that. But okay. So it seems that that is everything in this system. Mostly that experience we got from one of the planets was the most significant of things that we encountered. And as I said, you know, that might be pretty close to the best case situation. Unless there happens to be a new quest we learn about from one of these planets, although that's pretty unusual.
We're a long way out here.
I'll say. There's quite a view of the Scourge.
Yeah. It does seem as though, for whatever reason, the Scourge
I'm picking up something.
is more significant, more plentiful on these systems that are more on the edge of the galaxy, or whatnot. The cluster.
Probes launched.
So I wonder if that's a
Got a
coincidence.
reading from the asteroid belt.
Alright, we'll start here. See what this is all about. Starship wreckage. Tarb 04. Ship name. Oh, that's the identifier, but the ship name is unknown. Crew complement 1. Status not applicable. I guess that's one way to describe it. The resident of this escape pod has been deceased for some time, but her records reveal that she was one of the Nexus exiles. Her passion for the Andromeda Initiative's scientific goals never faded. She died here on one final exploratory mission. What the heck? Okay, well, see, this is what would... Here's what would realistically happen for all those exiles, or the vast majority of exiles who tried to break off from the official Andromeda Initiative. More often than not, if you tried to go out and do your own thing in a completely foreign galaxy with limited resources, only the resources that you can carry on your person or on whatever tiny little escape pod you're taking out with you, what do you expect you're going to achieve? How do you think things are going to be better in that situation than they would be with a larger group, with more resources collectively, more expertise collectively, what's going to happen is this. You're going to get stranded out. You're going to face some kind of obstacle that maybe you can overcome. You're going to face non-stop obstacles. Maybe you have the skills, you have the equipment, you have the resources to handle one or two issues that arise, but eventually you can't single-handedly survive a new galaxy. It's just not possible. So, and I've said it many times before, but it just takes away a lot from both the realism, but also the role that we play as Pathfinder. Because the reason why it's such a big deal that we're the Pathfinder is because people are supposed to be relying so heavily on us to find ways to colonize, terraform this new galaxy. And if anybody can go out and do it and it's no big deal, then okay, being a Pathfinder is no big deal. So that detracts from our role as the protagonist as well, which I feel like is a little more subtle, but very much still a thing. And a reason why I do not like
I'm picking up something.
how often we see that other people branch off for the slightest of concerns.
Probe away. Satellite detected.
Okay, this is a satellite. Don't know where it's from. 41% power. Sensor is functional and active. It is operational. This satellite appears to use Andromeda Initiative technology and is oriented to monitor the Scourge. How and why it was placed, however, is a mystery. Mysterious indeed. Milky Way research data. Another Jupiter-like planet. I mean, if they didn't have exactly the same style of gas stripes and have more or less identical coloration, I wouldn't constantly say that. But there are basically like 10 or 20 planets that look nigh on identical. What's past 32 has a almost Earth-like atmospheric pressure. According to our best calculations, it is positioned at a safe distance from the Scourge, such that observations made from past 32 are not wildly distorted by Scourge effects. Okay. I mean, that's a lot of Scourge over there, though. It's a whole lot of Scourge. Everodon? Big ring system. Let's see, so... Whoa! 16.16 atmospheric pressure. Good luck setting foot on there. You will get squished into a pea. Surface temperature, 60 degrees Celsius. You would have thought it'd be much hotter than that with all that atmosphere in there, but I guess it's not the strongest of gases from a greenhouse standpoint. Images from an unmanned flyover of Everodon brought its gemstone mountains to Angaran attention centuries ago. The planet was an icon of alien beauty, now generally forgotten. I mean, it does look nice. Besides the fact that it's, I don't know, is that an ocean of some variety? It looks like toxic waste. It's probably not water. Not at, well, I mean, at 60 degrees Celsius, it's certainly possible, but I hope it's not water with that coloration. Okay, then we'll make our way in, past 29. Lots of planets around here that are basically unnamed, which is understandable, since we are on the very edges of the cluster and probably not in areas where people tend to visit all that often. Talk about a thick atmosphere, though. 102 atmospheric pressure, and not surprisingly, 460 degrees Celsius. Past 29's constant downpour of sulfuric acid, yeah, that'll explain it. Sulfuric acid rain evaporates before touching the planet's surface, where streams of lava are spewed regularly by active volcanoes. That sounds lovely. That sounds lovely. Okay, we've already seen the wreckage there. Now we have past 40A. Does that mean that it's a satellite of past 40? Why the A? Whoa. It is definitely a satellite, so that would
Anomaly
explain it.
on sensors.
And that is a very bright star. Okay, so let's see what the deal is here. Has a little bit of an atmosphere, and actually it's surprisingly warm, given how it has almost no atmosphere, but I guess that's probably because it is very close to the star. Pass 40's moon likely came into being through a massive asteroid impact millennia ago, creating both the planet's rings and Pass 40A. Is it the crater that we're scanning? It is.
Probes launched. We've got a crater.
Yep, we have many craters, in fact. This just happens to be the biggest one. Hypervelocity impact crater. 357 kilometers. I mean, that's big. But now I'm just wondering, how does that compare to, like, craters on the moon? It's probably much bigger than craters on our moon. I don't know. Mineral deposits ejected. Buried at the center of this crater is an ancient metal object that appears to be some sort of torpedo. What the heck? It seems Pass 40A was caught in the crossfire of a space battle centuries or millennia ago. That's pretty epic. Well, it's experience. As I was saying, is in some ways perhaps the best outcome we can get from these. Didn't really check to see if we're anywhere near leveling up, but see, I mean, I guess we could take a quick look now. We are about halfway to the next level, so I mean, pretty unlikely. I would think that we'd have to get a astronomical amount of experience. Pun intended? Maybe a little bit. Alright, and I think there's the two more systems down in this southeastern section, if you want to call it that. And I think there were a couple more in the northwestern area.
There were once hundreds of books and Vids about this system. We thought there might be people here. Alien life was fascinating to dream about. That was before the kit.
Yeah, I bet. That looks fascinating, though. Beautiful. In the middle. With that star. There is something to scan here. In fact, that is it.
Deploying probe. Got a reading from the asteroid belt.
Okay, some kind of vessel. Sure, we'll scan it. See what it's all about. Whoa, it was once upon a time a vessel. And we know basically nothing about it, except that apparently it was a Ket survey vessel, which appears to have been searching the asteroid field for life before it suffered an engine failure. A select few rock samples have miraculously survived. Okay. These are all salvage, right? We got these from one of the other things that we scanned not that long ago. Okay, but once again, let's work our way from the exterior to the interior. Prachonyi. Let's see. Nothing for us to get here. Relatively thick atmosphere, still relatively cold, although it's pretty far out. Name for an Angaran novel about a never-ending winter. Prachonyi is a strong candidate for mechanized and automated water ice mining. Oh, okay. I mean, seeing as how that's one of the main things that we benefit from doing on Vold, there's something to be said for having additional sources of water.
I'm picking up something.
Okay, Valtessa. Oh no, that's the name of the system here. Stodron. No atmosphere, quite cold. The largest moon, oh, that would explain the lack of an atmosphere, of the gas giant Irivosna. Stodron was at one time believed by Angaran astronomers to contain pockets of water ice and perhaps microbial life. Well, we know there's water ice on that other planet that we were just looking at. But what? Oh, it's gonna be this.
Probes launched. Detecting what's left of a ship.
Okay. Still 75% power. Sensors functional and active. It's operational. This Ket satellite, it did look Ket-like in design. Appears to be monitoring the Valtessa system's asteroid belt. recording detailed scans from a safe distance. Okay, Helios research. Oh yeah, it definitely is a moon, now that we look at another Jupiter-like planet. I mean, like, I get it. Gas giants exist, but that doesn't mean that every single gas giant looks identical to Jupiter. Yeah, we've already scanned that. So next one, oh, and you can see the orbits almost overlap over there. If not, I mean, they might. It's hard to tell. It's close.
Anomaly detected.
This looks almost a little bit Earth-like. Let's see. Netikur. It's almost Earth-like atmosphere and temperature is not bad. Though Netikur is arid and cold, liquid water can be found in its underground seas and during rare rains. Multiple Angaran colonies were planned, but none were ever founded. Okay.
Deploying
More or less, we're
probe.
right on top of this.
Anomaly
Scannable.
found.
Whoa. What the heck? Biomatter growth. Classification plants. Origin, this planet, or possibly off-world. Quarantine recommendation level 3. What, you're saying stay away because it might be dangerous? This vast force appears to be sustained by an enormous underground reservoir. The individual plants seem to be linked, almost acting as a single organism. That's pretty cool. But is that entire thing? This whole section that's colored green? Or slightly greenish? It's part of it. It's like roughly shaped like the country of China. Okay. Let's work our way in. And this looks to be the final planet. Ooh, that's cool. Fen Sayat. Almost no atmosphere, still quite hot though. Its crushingly heavy gravity may be more dangerous than its molten seas. It was named for a mythical Angaran warlord. We don't see the gravity on it though. It doesn't tell us. We'll just have to guess. Though that does look very cool. Okay, 100% explored. So we're done there. And I think that means we have this. Oh, we have 3 up there. Okay, so a few more. And again, you know, the question was primarily, are we going to get some new quests that we would like to know about as soon as possible so we can go out and do it before the end of the game? That has not yet been the case, and it may never prove to be the case here, because I can only think of maybe one occasion when that happened before.
Star. Deploying radiation and emission screens. Our sensors should be safe.
Anomaly detected.
Okay, what is the anomaly in question? Is it this thing? It's this thing. Is that Scourge, or is that something else? No, it's...
Getting a scan.
Is that all Element Zero? All this blue stuff? So that's a lot of it in that case, like absolutely humongous quantities. This is a cloud of Ezo? What the heck? Also, that is extremely bright. It is Element Zero, ordinarily forms in the aftermath of a supernova. This pocket appears to be naturally occurring, but the circumstances are wrong. Could the Scourge be a factor? 18 Element Zero. I mean, I was gonna say, when I saw... I mean, you're kind of implying that this entire thing is Element Zero, in which case, there's a whole lot more than 18 over there, you would have to think. I'm thinking, like, numerous orders of magnitude more than that, but alas, obviously you can't just hand us all the Element Zero in the world, otherwise that would be kind of game-breaking. To the extent of doing all the Apex missions that have ever existed, possibly. Possibly. But one thing that we have, I think I mentioned in passing before, but in the original trilogy, there was a plotline that was, at one point in time, people were thinking it was supposed to be the main plotline, or the main sort of resolution or issue at hand in the original trilogy. But then it got dropped, and basically nothing came of it. It was just a total dead end. That being the dark matter, or dark energy, plot line that got sort of introduced. It was introduced at Haestrom in Mass Effect 2, and there are still some subtle references to it here or there at other points in Mass Effect 2, and I think possibly even Mass Effect 3, although I think many suspect that it had to do with the original Mass Effect 3 ending that was planned that then may have gotten leaked or something like that, and somewhat last second got rewritten, and obviously we know what happened after that. We don't need to discuss it. But point being, you know, and that was implied, assumed to have something to do with the presence of Element Zero and potentially the use of biotics, or FTL more generally, or the Mass Effect more generally. So that got dropped in the original trilogy, but it does seem as though there have been several things that have hinted at it here in Andromeda, so maybe what was once planned for the original trilogy has now been thrown into Andromeda and could end up being a pretty major feature, an explanation for why the Scourge is here and how the Scourge works and all that. So it does make you wonder.
Anomaly on sensors.
Okay, pass 51. Once again, may see a bunch of unnamed planets here. But light atmosphere, very hot, despite being pretty far out from the star, isn't it? Many of the conditions on pass 51 are amenable to the development of life, microbial at least. Yeah, in a world that is 408 degrees Celsius, you sure about that? But its searing temperatures are an obstacle not easily overcome. Yeah, you don't say. It's gonna be this, right? Whatever this is.
Probe away. Anomaly found.
Well, it's a humongous mountain, apparently. Origin tectonic. Water vapor escapes from cracks in this mountain, suggesting that somewhere deep underground, where temperatures are far cooler, a reservoir may exist. If life forms exist on Pass 51, it will be there. Okay, well, a little bit more experience. And then we'll continue working our way in. Another Jupiter. Confirmed, another Jupiter. And by Jupiter, I mean Typhondra. Typhondra's weather is uncommonly tranquil for a gas giant. Its clouds and electrical storms move in slow, predictable patterns worthy of further study. Except there's nothing for us to study there, so apparently not. And now Yishang. Ooh, look at that. Looks like a moon, a satellite with the texture of the surface. Yeah, with basically no atmosphere, which would suggest that it's going to get hit by a whole lot of debris. So that's actually a pretty realistic little detail to add in there. That is consistent with the image that we see in front of us. It's still incredibly hot, though. Auroral flashes are visible at most times of day from the cobalt surface of Yishang. The electromagnetic effects may interfere with communications. Yeah, that's not the first planet we've seen that has almost no atmosphere and yet is scorching hot, which suggests that this planet, or this star, rather, must be incredibly potent, and, you know, that may check out. Let's see what the deal is here with the planet that is closest to the star in question. Pass 60, which has almost no atmosphere, doesn't stop it from having huge storms. Like, huge storms. Surface temperature, yeah, you know, it's a little bit hot. 1,073 degrees Celsius hot. The seething radiation of the Bossave sun, which, yes, as we suspected, is apparently extremely powerful, keeps portions of Pass 60 molten at all times. Attempting to land here would be extremely inadvisable, you don't say. And by that I mean there is nothing to land on. You will just fall through the molten surface and get fried / melted. Okay, 100% explored. So I think that means we are done with everything down here. And we're just working our way up to these last 3. And it may just be, for all we know, that system over there, that might be the place where the final thing, the final mission of the main quest lies, because, as we're saying, we're getting pretty close to the end of the game now, and that is the only place where we can visibly see what appears to be another spot where we might be able to travel in the future. I mean, there's some spots that don't have any systems in them, but there's no real lights that suggest there's an actual system unlike that.
Rumor has it this is quite the lawless region. No place to get stranded.
Oh.
Stranded? Why would you even bring that up?
Callow? Ooh, that looks like a lot of Scourge. I mean, this is not that far from Kadara, so I guess that does make some sense. And if this is a system that is right near the final spot that is currently unvisitable, then perhaps that makes sense why there might be some Scourge here, as apparently the Jardin got attacked with Scourge. Govok's Folly. It's an interesting name.
Anomaly detected.
There is an anomaly here. Almost no atmosphere, although still not that cold. The Scourge and some unusual orbital mechanics leave Govok's Folly icebound at night and boiling during the day. The outcast Govok attempted to take advantage of this to little avail. Ah, okay. Hence the name. It's not that crater? What is it then? Ah, this.
Deploying probe. I found something.
That looks Ket's. We don't know much about it, other than apparently had 5 to 8 people in it. This Ket dropship appears to have been departing Govok's Folly when it was hit by weapons fire. Perhaps Govok is still alive and active after all. Now, how long was this Govok guy doing his thing? I mean, it couldn't have been that long ago if it was named after people from the Andromeda Initiative, right? So we only got here very recently. Okay, another unnamed planet, H494. 1.47 atmospheres. Milky Way survey suggested 2 gas giants were present in Ratul. Could the Scourge have collapsed them into a single world in less than 6 centuries? Or is something else at work? I mean, we haven't seen other gas giants yet, but we haven't explored the rest of the system, I suppose. We'll just take your word for it at the moment. That may be how that played out. I mean, obviously, orbit around here, so it's not as if you're always going to be right next to all the Scourge stuff there, but at the moment you are. This looks somewhat Earth-like.
I'm picking up something.
It's definitely going to be that. It is that, but it's Hybaro, which has almost no atmosphere and is scorching hot. Didn't we see the not the gas giant we were just looking at, but the planet before that? It said went back and forth between being incredibly cold and incredibly hot, despite being the planet that was the furthest out in this system, which is strange, but does suggest that this star is also probably very strong, and as we get closer into the star, the planets are going to get increasingly hot. So, 810 degrees Celsius, that can't be liquid water then. Certainly not at that pressure either. Hybaro has adapted bizarrely to the Scourge. For about a third of its orbital period, the Scourge's effects permit plant life to flourish. At all other times, Hybaro boils in the Ratul sun. Yeah, I mean, unless those numbers are not accurate with the current stage this planet is in its orbit, That is just about impossible, biologically, to have anything other than bacteria living there. Because that's... You know, there's almost no atmosphere. So almost anything is going to just burst. Or boil over. Certainly in that heat. So,
Probe away. Tracking
it just doesn't quite add up. Okay, I was gonna say, if this is gonna be a humongous, you know, forest or something like that, I was gonna have to say that that's impossible. But iron, okay, fair enough. The fact that it is this large and this noticeable from space, it's a little bit odd. But large iron deposit can be rapidly mined and put to good use. Let's do that then. And it looked like Earth, if that counts for anything. Now we get closer into Kisrata. Which also has almost no atmosphere and is also blazing hot. The Scourge has caused massive electromagnetic disturbances in Kisrata's atmosphere, what little atmosphere it has. Avoiding any closer proximity to the planet is strongly advised. Again, we see seemingly significant atmospheric visuals here, and yet there's almost no atmosphere to speak of. Okay, but this is the innermost planet, and it has a wonky orbit. You can even see it from here. And it's pretty close to the star. In Sauron, basically no atmosphere, scorching hot. In Sauron's nitrogen and carbon monoxide atmosphere is gradually being stripped away by Ratul's sun. Okay, that is scientifically accurate. That is realistically what would happen if you're this close to that powerful of a star. Leaving the barren surface utterly unprotected from the sun's radiation. That does check out. That does make sense. Okay, and no stuff outside of the planets. Okay. So what, it was mostly just that iron deposit, and yeah, as we were saying, it's pretty close to Kadara. So almost done with all these spots, and you know, no major discoveries. No major discoveries. And as we said a while ago when we were doing more planet exploration.
Keep an eye on those sensors.
I always do.
I know, it's just... This is a dicey sector. Better to be ready.
Oh, this looks
I'm picking up
very
something.
interesting. But in the previous Mass Effect games, it used to be that there were a lot... It's gonna be this here. It used to be that there were a lot of side quests
Detecting what's left of a ship.
that you could discover from exploration. And with one, maybe two exceptions, that has not been the case for Andromeda, which I feel like has been one of my bigger critiques of the game. Obviously, it's not, you know, central to the overall plot of the game, and so, you know, main quest and loyalty mission writing and characters and what have you, that stuff is most critical, but it's still a pretty significant portion of the original trilogy games, so it does feel like that took a lot away from Andromeda. Although, you know, it's understandable, I suppose you could say, knowing that Andromeda release got rushed quite a bit, that could be a relatively easy place to cut back a bit. But let's see what this is. We have the local boy, which once upon a time had 14 crew members, but its current status is not great. The shuttle appears to have limped away from a battle. Logs indicate the crew, now deceased, came to Var to raid an outcast mining camp. The attempt must have ended badly. But it does mean more salvage for us. Okay. Now, this is a pretty big system. Let's start on the exterior and work our way in.
I'm picking up something.
I mean, you have to assume it's going to be that. It's H174, basically no atmosphere, quite cold, Frozen ethane covers H174. I mean, not a lot of it. Oh, I guess the surface could be covered in frozen ethane. Yeah, in that case, it wouldn't really be an atmosphere. It would be on the surface. The ice sheets interrupted only by low mountains and shallow craters. Thanks to dust clouds in the inner system, little sunlight reaches this world. We did see a lot of that dust. All the purple stuffs. Okay, Gord 01. There's one person here. It looks like it was an escape pod. This deceased outcast inhabitant of this escape pod appears to have fled a battle at Meishesa in the inner system. Okay, we've not yet gone to that planet, but again, this is what would happen, realistically, if you were to try to break off and do your own thing. 99 times out of 100, you're just not going to be able to survive on your own, one way or another. It's not going to work out so well for you. Potentially a lot of unnamed planets here. And as we were saying, this is close to Qatar. This is a pretty lawless section of the cluster, and so maybe for that reason there's generally less exploration and discovery, and therefore less planets being officially named. Basically no atmosphere, also quite cold. Great oceans of ethane and thin ice sheets of water ice cover the surface of H173. Ice mining might be possible here, but there are surely richer sources on more agreeable worlds. Okay, then we'll go 171. Looks very similar. Absolutely no atmosphere. Also, cold. H171 is sheltered from the heat of Var's sun by large dust clouds in the inner solar system. The result is a glittering orb of frozen ammonia and tin. Okay, then... Shuttle? Oh, wait, did we see this already? We must have, right? Yeah, it's that. That's the thing that we haven't done yet. And it is the name of the planet that we saw referenced before.
Anomaly detected.
There is an anomaly here. Still basically no atmosphere. This time it's very hot, though. I suppose it's much closer to the star than the other planets were, and perhaps not shielded by all the dust to the same extent as the other planets were. An outcast mineral mining camp has been recently demolished here. I mean, on the surface? A fragmentary distress call describes the attackers as other exiles. There are no survivors. I mean, the only way you're going to ever be able to do something here... Wait, hold on. I thought I saw one of the lights or a satellite. Maybe I made that up. But the only way you'd ever be able to survive here would be in a bubble.
Tracking a huge mineral deposit.
A controlled bubble, because with 0.4 atmospheres of pressure, your body will explode / evaporate. Oh, wait, we missed Margoth. Oh, uh-oh. I'm not sure we want to go here. Something about it just seems wrong, evil. Whole lot of atmosphere this time around, and incredibly hot, 1,179 degrees Celsius. Margoth's extraordinarily dangerous surface is less of interest than its ring system. Its inner ring is primarily dust and rock. The outer ring is composed of large chunks of water ice. It does have two very distinct rings. You're not wrong. Okay, we are now done exploring that, 100%. That means I believe this is our last system that we have left at the moment. Rovir. Now there you can very much see the two rings.
Not many other ships would venture out this far.
It's our job to be first.
That is true. The system certainly looks very different.
Anomaly detected.
It's probably this thing. It is.
Probes launched. I found something.
Starship wreckage. Is that Scourge that we're seeing? Those clouds there? It might be. It probably is. What is this, though? Don't know much about it. A remnant? Fighters, seemingly, impaled on a tendril of Scourge. Astonishingly, certain self-repair mechanisms appear to be intact, though the vessel will never be whole again. Oh, yeah, no, that's, Scourge definitely hit it. You're not wrong. Okay, now let's start out and work our way in, which I think means Warius is next on the list. Will there be various things in Warius for us to spot? No, apparently not. Relatively normal atmosphere. It's negative 37 degrees Celsius. It's not unlivable. Warius is inhabited by simple herds of methane breathers struggling to find shelter against the cold. You didn't really specify. That can't be humans, right? Unless humans have somehow adapted to breathe methane. It may be Scourge. Effects that have pushed these creatures to near extinction. Oh. Okay. I think you're the next innermost planet. Some irregular orbits. Make it a little bit tougher to tell, but I'm pretty sure that's next on the list.
Anomaly on sensors.
Okay. Momerus? Very small atmosphere, quite cold. Momerus appears to have been stripped of a breathable atmosphere by Scourge phenomena over the past century. What remains is a barren sphere of boron and carbon. Oops. I went right past the thing in... What the heck? Okay, is this tiny little spot specifically?
Tracking a huge mineral deposit.
Never mind the fact that that deposit is huge. Only that spot can be scanned. Valuable light metal, that is aluminum. This deposit is close to the surface and relatively easy to mine. And relatively useless for us, but we'll take it nonetheless. Now, I believe it is you. This looks like Earth. Again, any planet that has blue, green, and clouds. It's like, you know, maybe it's liquid water. Maybe that's plant life. Maybe that's a breathable atmosphere. Well, I mean, it's... Oh! I saw the 4 degrees Celsius and thought, you know, that's possible. But then I saw the 64.73 atmospheres of pressure, and good luck not getting crushed over there. On a cursory visual inspection, this massive planet appears almost Earth-like, you don't say. But it's incredibly heavy at gravity, and crushing atmosphere make colonization a long shot. Yeah, no, there's pretty much no way to make that work. That 64.73 atmospheres is pretty much a non-starter. It's orange. H162. Oh, and if you thought that previous atmosphere was thick, this one, even bigger still. That's crazy. Only 20 degrees Celsius despite having such a huge atmosphere. Much of H162's unusual coloration comes from what appears to be a sort of algae. The organism pervades the dense, moist atmosphere, floating on the wind. Huh. Interesting. And very unusual. But that is a striking color. Okay, and then I think we just have this guy left. H80. Which is also very orange. No anomaly. Also, huge atmosphere, not quite as big, but even despite that, and despite being very close to its star, still only 45 degrees Celsius. Massive sandstorms thrash H80's surface day in and day out, wearing once mighty mountain ranges down to smooth nubs over millennia. And that's it. That's it here, and that appears... Oh, and it does... I didn't even realize that it said overall what our progression is for exploration in the entire system. Only 84. I'm actually a little surprised it's not higher than that, to tell you the truth. Because, as we were saying, there's really only one spot we can think of at the moment where it seems another system would pop up. And everything that we know about, we've explored 100%. This is the one that we suspect we're still going to see. So unless this has a bazillion things here, I mean, we could do some math. We could do some math and see how many systems we have explored in their entirety and figure out what fraction... I mean, what that means we've done... What is that? That's 5/6? So we could figure out how many systems that must mean are remaining, and it's definitely more than one. I guess I don't know exactly how that number is calculated. Is it just treating each of these systems with the equal weight, or is it weighting them based on how many things there are, how many planets there are to scan in each individual system, in which case it's a little more complicated. But either way, I mean, there's a lot more than 6 systems that we see here. So that means that, in theory... mathematically speaking, there must be more than just one system that we've yet to visit. So that's interesting. I mean, again, there are large-ish spots where we don't have any systems, so it's certainly possible that something else could pop up here. We're just saying that we can only see what appears to be a spot where one might show up right there. But who knows? Who knows? Okay. As for what we have next on the agenda, though, I think it's Havarl. Let's duck out for a second here. Just take another look back. Ooh, that is... Yes. A very vibrant color. But I think we were saying it will be this one next, which is on Havarl, and I think we're just going to go to Havarl and basically do any and everything that we can do there. And I'm pretty sure that... Let's just check. It's not showing up here. Which means that, in theory, all the Helios assignments on Havarl are done. However, I believe we have potentially multiple of the additional tasks are on Havarl. Like this, the manifestos. Yeah, this is going to be tough. Like, in general, the additional tasks, I assume, are lowest priority, the least significant, and, you know, if we finish the game without having done every one of, you know, if there are still some of these left at the end of the game, then I imagine there will be almost no effect, if any at all. It's basically just a way to get more credits, experience, what have you, and experience whatever there might be to experience in the gameplay. But this seems like it's one of those other relatively generic, oh, go out and fight several of the generic enemy outposts, and every once in a while, you'll find a quest item at them, and if you find enough of them, then that's enough to finish this mission. Every once in a while, you get all of them, and then there's some concluding encounter at the end of that is more significant, so there's a chance that it will build up towards something like that. But I'm hoping that if we were to activate this, that it would actually show us the specific locations on Havarl to find these things, because that would be great. Otherwise, this is one of the ones that you basically have to finish by exploring the vast majority of the planet, and only after a thorough search do you eventually get all the things that you need. And since we've already explored all of Havarl, more or less, it would be pretty hard to know which spots we have and have not already been to and potentially found some of those manifestos. And this still is so strange to me. Because this feels like this one should have been just like the minerals, the plant life, where we found them spread out a lot across different planets. And we did, gradually whittle away at them over time, but they showed up on our map, so we knew when they were there, and we sought them out when we saw them. But I don't know if I ever remember seeing this, so I wonder if it's on one specific planet, and for some reason, we just didn't focus on it. Like, maybe it's on Havarl. It doesn't say here, though, which is also strange. Huh. Okay, and some of these... Speak to Carrie. Wait, who is... Oh, the interview person. Okay, right. So some of these are going to be, in truth, based on other locations. Oh, well, I mean, this isn't additional tasks anyway, but... Yeah, I don't know how accurate the icons will be on our map, directing us to where we can finish these things. In some cases, they might not even pop up at all. I don't know. So either way, let's focus on whatever we can do on Havarl first, I suppose. And there are certainly some things that explicitly state, yes, you do this on Havarl. Other things where it's not super clear where you do them. Okay, that bar is encouraging, though. That certainly suggests there may just be one, possibly two more, although, for that reason, all the more difficult to find where that last one is. If they are, if there are a finite number of them, and they show up in specific locations, and you need to find all those specific locations to finish the mission, rather than, and I think we've spoken about this before for similar missions on other planets, rather than there just being a random chance of having one of those quest items show up whenever you come across one of the bases, one of the outposts that those guys have. And in that case, maybe it doesn't matter if you get to a specific amount of them in specific locations. You just, through sheer brute force, eventually you could end up going to the same place multiple times on separate trips, and you could get it through doing that. Yeah, I mean, Truth and Trespass is the main reason why we're coming here, so that realistically is probably the thing we should highlight first. But it was, let's see, Callow gave us the information about it. Not really sure if we have any specific reason to bring specific people here. Cora and Liam we brought to EOS a little while back because they had EOS-specific missions. But otherwise, it has been a little while since we last used Jol, and it is Havarl we're talking about here, so maybe we can make an excuse for him. I mean, the mission that Callow is telling us to go on is one that you gain very late on, and for that reason, and a relatively significant mission it would seem, since it's in the allies and relationships section, so that one might be kind of difficult. But the other more sort of odds and ends, additional tasks stuff is probably pretty simple and straightforward. So maybe we don't need to bring the A-team, so to speak, but I'm pretty sure this specific group caused us a whole lot of trouble before. So if we do bring Jol, we should probably bring someone else who is not going to run straight into the line of fire and get themselves killed point blank. So Vetra might make some sense there. She can take enemies down from afar. So let's go with these two, I suppose.
Entering atmosphere, LZ in sight.
So again, we're also hoping that at this point, the game is just going to give us a point of no return at some point, rather than after reaching a certain point in the game, you can do X number of missions. If you do more than X, then you're going to have something terrible happen once you get further along in the game. Which is basically the quote-unquote hidden timer that I've spoken about many times before. Because we've done a lot of traveling and are about to do a few more missions after having already done several missions. So one can only hope that we are not going to be punished for taking our sweet time at this stage. But let's see. Let's check our map. What can we learn here? So that's where Truth and Trespass is. Oh, that's where we originally came across the Turian Spectre, who has now become their Pathfinder, isn't it? Wait, and do we have... Hold on. Which mission do we have active, though? We have the oh, this is what I mean. We have the Manifestos mission active right now, And there... Oh, hold on. That's where we are. I don't think that it is going to show us a specific place where we expect to find those manifestos. So we're basically on our own, exploring potentially the entire planet, trying to find that last one. So that's potentially a little annoying. But as I was saying, in truth, the priority is really to do this. So let's start with that, and we'll take it from there afterward. And we'll, I guess, try to keep kind of a mental picture of which spots we've checked for manifestos and which spots we've not.
Those floaty remnant bots try to push us off the edge, I'll be mad.
Okay, and there once upon a time was a time when we spent a whole lot of time in this area, but it's been a while. Oh, that didn't hit you! No! That could have been an amazing slam. I was so looking forward to that. One other thing we could potentially try to do more of is some achievements, which obviously we may not have that much time left to do those if we are we're getting close to the end of the game. So I was taking a quick peek at some of those. There's one for killing enemies while flying or while hovering, which is why I'm trying to make more of a point of doing that right now. That's not really something that we've made much of a point of doing in the past. I think it's still a high enough number that we'd have to make a pretty committed effort to do it.
That's it for now.
So, and you know, it's not as if we've been making the achievements the primary thing that we're trying to do here in our playthrough, so I don't think that's of critical importance. But it's potentially something to consider as we are potentially nearing the end of the game. Are these all wraiths? Probably. Yep. Or the equivalent of wraiths. Hello. So like that's probably our best way to get kills while hovering, is to combine it with Flamer. Are there any more of them? Probably. But I want to say it's something like 30 or so, it might even be 50. Which, it's not impossible if you know, little enemies count. I'm surprised there's still nickel that we've not found there. If little enemies, like, you know, the little bugs, that sounded big. If the little bugs on Eos, for example, if they count, then that shouldn't be too difficult to make that work. But otherwise, it takes pretty committed effort. Oh, hello. Hey, pal. You're about to sink somebody, aren't you? Hopefully it's not us. He's somewhere down there. Possibly directly below us. And by that I mean he was absolutely directly below us. And still is. So again, this is probably not the right time to be doing this, but we did. It's like that was one of them. There are a bunch that are skill specific. I think I saw a bunch with biotics against like floating enemies. I think there's even one for getting a certain number of melee kills on floating enemies, which I guess means you have to do that. type of melee. I don't know how else you would hit floating enemies with melee. Ooh, that work? It does require that you hit them, though. Pretty sure that flamer damage over time might have done the trick, though. Yeah, I'm pretty sure we're headed in the right direction. I should probably be paying closer attention to that, but in theory, yes. Yeah, it really has been quite some time since we were down in the trenches like this on Havarl. That count as a 2... Oh, not quite a 2-for-1. Like, we technically didn't kill you while we were in the air. Because we hit you while we were on the ground. But does that count? I don't know. Like those creepers, for example, that could be a really easy way to get a bunch of specific kills and ways that you need to do to get achievements. So, you know, I'll probably make a conscious effort to do this for about the next 10 minutes, and then I will completely forget about it, / decide that it's not worth the bother. And then we won't do it. But we'll see. Oh, right, I don't play for back. Apparently, they got the kills for us. Oh, but there's still someone over here. I did not mean to do that, though. Hello, pal. Oh, I was hungry. Sold myself short. It's also... I mean, it's cool in theory, getting kills while hovering, but it is really... gimmicky? I don't know. Usually I'm fine with it. It's, maybe it's just because we have a scope on our weapon, and it's the scope button is also the hover button. So that just makes it really hard to see. Which is why I'll just kind of be, oh, flaming over here. I think the enemy's somewhere in that general direction. And then it's like, I don't even know if we're still hovering right now. Are we? Are we hitting the enemy? I have no idea. So maybe you just remove the scope on your weapon and suddenly it becomes much more straightforward. Give that a shot, but at least with our current setup, that does make it a little bit trickier. There's also something scannable over there, but we'll be fine. Okay, so this was, for what it's worth, we should read up on the mission before we actually initiate it here, because it is right there. This was the one that Callow told us about, basically right after the, is it right after the Archon, we attacked the Archon ship? I think so. It was right after that, right before we went to the Remnant City, and the thing that struck me about it was the way that it was framed made it sound like it was potentially some kind of fake signal from the Kets. Granted, I'm not sure we've ever seen Ket on Havarl. So that'd be a little bit strange. And the fact that it showed up in this allies and relationships, and there's clearly a Solarian popping up here, and that there is some kind of tie to the Solarian Arc. Maybe not, although obviously the Ket were the people who attacked.
Those are the coordinates we were sent.
The Arc.
And that message about the Solarian Arc?
If there's truth to it, we should know. Cat.
But no. Right on cue. It is a Ket trap.
Let's do this!
Because... Stop the ambush? We're not even down there. That's a few hovering kills, right? Because, we also learned just before all that stuff about the Ket's go-to strategy being deception. To make people think that their allies were in need of assistance by sending fake signals, fake distress signals, and stuff like that. And that's basically what we got here, right? It's supposed to be as loot. I was just trying to pick up these remains. So that's the main thing that set me off. Making me think that this was that something was up here.
Guess this was all a ruse.
Let's look around. They
So I'm not surprised that it's a
might have
ruse.
left something.
Is that thing? That is the thing that is sending our scanner off. But as for the actual quest, let's see, it is in this direction. It must be this thing, right? Capture gear, heavy restraints, extremities, 1 net launcher, 2.7 milliliter neurodepressant compound with injector. These supplies appear to be used to capture prisoners for live transport. Yeah, like Angara or just wildlife. Wildlife here on Havarl. Probably Angara, knowing the cat.
From their gear, they were hoping to capture someone.
Us.
Probably me. Sorry about
Oh,
that.
or
Though,
you.
if you'd broken a sweat, I'd be sorrier.
You sent us the message about the Solarian Ark?
Yes, Major Salin Vaughn, STG, retired, of course.
STG? Well, I mean, we know what this is from the original trilogy. Special Tasks Group.
What's STG?
Special Tasks Group. Back home, we were field agents who gathered intelligence and handled inconveniences.
By any
Secret
means
agents, basically.
necessary. Even assassination.
If you prefer. As I said, these days I stick with retiree.
Okay, but perhaps spies never really retire.
Espionage is a job that follows you home. Or across galaxies.
Until there's nothing for it but to grow a conscience. Let's be frank. There are too many inconsistencies aboard our Ark. They only make sense if someone betrayed us to the Ket. My best suspect is a biologist, Dr. Adden, but the evidence is thin. I need a pathfinder to verify what I've found, or I risk arresting an innocent man.
Okay, the plot thickens a bit. Tell us more about this, Dr. Adden.
Who's Adden? Why would he betray his Ark?
An ex-military biologist from the early wake-up team on our Ark. He claims to be studying the Ket. As for why, I intend to ask him.
Okay, I mean, we have rescued the Solarian Pathfinder. You say you need a Pathfinder's assistance, so you would think that you'd go for your own Pathfinder. Why not her? Why us instead?
Couldn't Reka help you solve this?
I trust Reka implicitly, but I can't say the same for her team. You're obviously trustworthy. If you were involved, you wouldn't have saved our Ark in the first place.
Okay, I was about to say, we're kind of a complete stranger to you, so for you to say that we're more trustworthy than your own Pathfinder seems a little bit strange. But I mean, I guess, yes, you're not wrong. We did rescue your Ark. That is true. We don't have any choice. We must say yes. I mean, obviously we're going to anyway.
All right, I'm in. How do we catch your traitor?
I only have 2 leads left. Dr. Adden's equipment and a Ket who might be his handler. I need you and your Sam to analyze them. If we show Dr. Adden's in regular contact with the Ket, that would prove he's the one.
Okay, and what if we can't prove it?
What if the evidence doesn't implicate Adden?
Also,
If
that's
I'm
just
really that
correlation, not
rusty,
really
I suppose
causation.
I'd have to start over from scratch. Remember, Dr. Adden's equipment and his Ket contact. This has to be watertight. Good luck.
Okay. Scan evidence from Ket handler on Vold. Scan Dr. Adden's equipment on Vold. Okay. There's some more stuff here as well. Dry rations. 2 to 7 protein-rich cubes. Dehydrated carbohydrates. That feels like an oxymoron. Yes, I know what a carbohydrate is, but still. Sucrose-laced powder. That's technically a carbohydrate, but okay. These appear to be dry food rations tailored for exalted soldiers. Consumption is not recommended. Okay. And we've definitely been here before. Which is in part why I'm sort of surprised that all these things are popping up here, but I think they must only appear once you actually begin this quest. And are those the first cat enemies we ever fought on this planet? Because they might be. Also, there are more enemies over here of some variety. Oh, they're just creepers. Okay, well, it's an opportunity to do this, which, as I was saying, is potentially something that we're, kind of looking to do. Oops. I don't think that counts.
Coordinate our strengths.
I agree, Joel. Okay. So it seems as though everything else for this quest is on a different planet, on Vol. Which, seeing as how this is a pretty major mission, that's not surprising to see that there's a fair bit more to it. But it does, however, mean that while we are here on Havarl, look at that, we should probably make a point of doing whatever else we can while we're still here. So the manifestos, and it may be worth, I mean, again, I'm not really confident that we're going to get any sort of icons telling us where these other additional tasks are, but it does feel like some of these ones that are kind of unstated, obviously this is the one that we're referring to where we definitely know this is on Havarl, but like Andromeda Wildlife, I have no idea where this is. I'm shocked that we haven't gotten more than what we've seen here. Scavengers' bodies? That's for a specific one, though. I don't remember. That might tell us what planet, and I suspect it might be on a specific planet. This is the interview person, the journalist. You're the main person on one of the planets, but I don't remember which. I don't think it's Havarl, but I guess sure, we'll see if you happen to pop up on our map. No, you're telling us to go to a different planet. So, definitely not that. Remnant data cores, I don't know if you'll show us those. I mean, that just might simply not be here on Havarl at all. Oh, but wait, was it directing us toward, hold on. Is it directing us toward our ship? No, okay, so that's just not going to tell us ever where that is. Naming the dead. Are they all on Eos? That says Eos. Yeah, okay, so that one will help us out a little bit. I vaguely recall that we tried to do that before, and we ran into one that was really tough to locate. What's up, Slasher? How's it going? We are getting pretty close to the end of Andromeda here, so we're basically just looking at what are some of the final missions, some of the final side quests that we have remaining. And in many cases, there's sort of those relatively minor things that you have multiple different things to pick up that are spread out across multiple locations, and it's just a matter of determining where those locations are, which in some cases may be easier said than done. So that's a little concerning. However, fortunately, I think for the most part, those are not going to be the most important missions, so if we can't finish all those, then maybe we don't feel too bad about it. But we will see. There's at least one more. At least one more that we can do here on this planet. So we will try to make that happen. Yeah, I mean, it's hard to say definitively because I've never played before. So I can't really say, I mean, I'm trying to do as many quests as we can do. As for whether we'll get locked out of certain quests because we did things a certain way, or, you know, we did missions in a suboptimal order and stuff like that, I have no idea. There have certainly been some ones that we didn't really finish the way I would have liked to have finished them in hindsight, but of course, that's kind of the way that it works sometimes when you don't know what you're doing in advance. I may currently have the Hurricane equipped, but if it is any... if it makes it any easier for you to stomach, I almost never use it, because we are basically 100% a power build. Very close to it. So, did Vetra learn how to fly? Or is there an invisible platform over here? I am, looking for a way to get back up. I mean, you know, we can fast travel. We don't need to manually go up there. So basically, what we need to do right now is there are a bunch of random-ish enemy bases, outposts, whatever you want to call them. And theoretically, one-ish of those has a quest item. The game is not going to tell us where that specific enemy base is. So we're kind of going to have to run around like crazy to try to find it, which will potentially make things tricky. Because we may functionally need to do an exploration of, you know, a trip around the entire planet. Thought I saw a container that we hadn't looted over here, which I was surprised to see, but where was it? Huh? Now I do. Oh, there it is. So I think what we have to do, because the game is not telling us specifically where we're supposed to go, we more or less need to try to strategically approach this and check off section by section. And, you know, we were just down here in this channel, this canyon, this river basin, whatever you want to call it. So we know that we don't really need to look at there anymore. Why don't we try checking off this section, that hallway area, whatever you want to call that, and maybe we'll go for that section as well. And we're just going to try to check off as many spots as we can. I'm kind of skeptical there are going to be enemy bases over here, because I'm pretty sure this was sort of a specific spot for a specific type of encounter that was not Rokar related. But we will see. Like, I'm guessing it's more going to be places that are out in the open. Or is this the end of this section? Yeah, it kind of is. They don't appear to be here. So, I mean, I guess we can check this off. It's not a terrible thing. What are my thoughts on the game thus far? So, I mean, at this point, for what it's worth, let's check what the game says right now. Should say here. It says we are 85% of the way through at the moment. So we theoretically are pretty far. Now I'm also completely disoriented. I should be pointed in the opposite direction that I'm currently pointed in. So I suspect that, you know, we have a lot of missions that I was kind of just referring to there where they're... That looks cool. They're the type of thing where, you know, you just do some exploration and you find enough generic enemies or, you know, locate enough quest items that are relatively generic that you eventually finish those quests. And, or, you know, ones that there are a few that we've... Ooh. Hello, folky dudes. There are a few of them that we've finished and we just need, or for all intents and purposes finished, but we just need to turn them in. So in truth, I think that number is a little deceptive and we're probably a little bit further along than that. So all that is to say, we are almost done with this game, I think. And the gameplay is definitely quite good. It feels... Where'd that guy go? Is he dead? Maybe, maybe not. It feels more dynamic than Mass Effect 3. You know, it's more three-dimensional. It's a lot more... Well, you can't really tell here because my hover button is also the zoom in button. The scope button, but I'm hovering at the moment. In fact, hold on. Let me switch to your other favorite weapon. Does this have a scope on it? There, you can see. So you can hover, so there's more three-dimensionality to it, and you can jump you can jump, period. You can dash to the sides pretty quickly, which just makes the game feel faster in many ways. And the number of abilities that you can get on one character and combine are much greater than the amount that you can get in Mass Effect 3. Like, we're doing primarily Cloak to power up Flamer, which also primes, and then we detonate with Energy Drain, which is a combination that you obviously can't do in anything in Mass Effect 3. And there are many other combinations that you can do as well. So in that sense, the game is very good. Obviously, graphically, it's much better as well. The thing that, you know, you'll hear many people say is that the game from a character, perhaps, and more so a story standpoint, is much weaker. Much weaker than Mass Effect 3. And my thoughts on that was kind of that, you know, at first I thought, you know, maybe that's the kind of thing where people got a little too quick to judge the game after, you know, it got a lot of negative press when it first came out. And maybe some of that reaction was unwarranted. So I really wanted that to be the case, but unfortunately, in many cases, time has only proven those opinions to be true. Or, you know, I agree with those opinions. In that, there are, I think, what I was hoping was that you could just dismiss some of those things as, oh, you know, it's just generic, it's bland. Some of the story-related things. Some of the decisions and main quest points and what have you. And you just don't take it very seriously for that reason. Or, you know, you just take it as it's gonna be predictable, it's gonna be relatively bland, but there's maybe not anything inherently, objectively wrong about it. But as time went on, unfortunately, it became pretty clear that there are some fundamental flaws with the way that, what? Who said that? Some fundamental flaws with the way that some of the dynamics in the game are set up. For example, the main antagonist basically does many things that are outright conflicting with their overall objective that we're led to believe they are trying to achieve. And yet they do them anyway. Because they're pretty much just generic, oh, they're evil, so of course they would do this thing. So it's kind of like, okay, well, it's hard for me to take them seriously if you're telling me they're trying to do this specific thing, and yet they do something that conflicts directly with that specific thing that you're telling me they're supposed to do, just to make them seem more menacing, more evil. Okay. Then it's like, okay, well, are you trying to just be a generic bad guy for the sake of being a generic, uninteresting bad guy? Or are you trying to do more nuanced things? Because you're kind of caught in the middle here, and it means you're neither. That was not very well done. Hey, friends. So that has definitely detracted. The main antagonists, for that reason, have been pretty lackluster, I would say. Have been very disappointing, I would say. Then, the other main thing that I would say is that you can't... Although there are some very poorly written parts, as, you know, many people will probably say about the game. And I kind of was hoping that you could just dismiss those as, oh, you know, sure, we just won't take this conversation very seriously, or, you know, this plot point very seriously. The problem is, it's still a Mass Effect game. And Andromeda still tries to embrace the whole, your decisions matter, you need to be considering everything that you say, everything that you do. But there are still those moments when the game stumbles big time with the setup. You know, the way the game is written, the conversations or the decisions that the game is trying to set you up to do. It leads you one way and implies certain things that make you think, okay, you know, okay, in this situation, I think I should do this because given what has happened in the past when I do this, if that is to happen again this time, that's the result I want to see, or that's the result I don't want to see, so I'm going to go the other route. And then it's just wildly inconsistent there, so it's like, okay, I can't make a logical decision here because you're not giving me any foundation upon which to base this decision. So it's one thing if those decisions didn't matter at all, and you could just say, okay, you know, so what? You know, rather than helping Group A, I helped Group B, and so be it. You know, I don't really care. There's not a huge difference between Group A and Group B. The problem is that some of those decisions are critically important. And the poor information and the deceptiveness of some of those situations can lead you at times to some very unintuitive unintuitive things that you're actually supposed to do, or just lead you to outright doing things that you don't want. Did that say drill? Draw. Or leads you to do exactly the opposite of what you intended to do. Idea got abandoned, but there might have been, in theory, more to explain the Ket's motives. Yeah. Like, it's that we've been told the overarching objective for the Ket's mission here, we have been told. But it's just that so many times, they so blatantly go completely against that it feels like, okay, what, am I just supposed to ignore this part? Are the Ket just stupid? And doing things that blatantly contradict what they're trying to achieve? And it just makes it hard to take them seriously. What is this? Oh, this is one of the things that we needed, wasn't it?
It's possible we could discover something new from what you found. We should take it for further analysis.
Remnant research data, and that was one of the side quests that we did not have markable, right? Hold on. This. Does this show up on our map? It does not. Okay. In theory, we need more of those. But we don't know where to find them. Other than apparently they can be found here on this planet somewhere. So let's add that to the list of stuff that we are just kind of gonna wander aimlessly, hoping that we happen to stumble across. Feels like a bit of an ME1. I mean, I love the ME1. ME1 is actually, in several ways, my favorite Mass Effect game. But it's just where ME1 did a great job of building suspense and setting things up in a logical way in which it felt like a cohesive world. That's where Andromeda really stumbles. The pieces just don't fit together well, in many cases, for Andromeda.
We're not alone.
Oh, hello. That's where they were. Right now, I'm also kind of sort of trying to get an achievement where apparently we get kills while hovering. A certain relatively large number of those, then that'll do the trick. But we had not really been making any effort at all to make that a thing in the past. So we have a lot of ground to make up on that. And I'm not actually sure if I'm going to go through the pains of seeing that all the way through. I'm also, like, obviously I'm not stating the exact specifics here because I'm trying not to spoil it for you because I know that you haven't played the game through yourself. So I'm trying to speak to these dynamics in the abstract, which is, of course, making my examples less specific.
Nice work.
Yeah, but, like, I am not terribly confident that we are going to find all these things that are theoretically very spread out. And we don't really have any strong guidance on them, short of us just having to re-explore this entire planet, possibly multiple times over, to find what could potentially be relatively obscure things that we did not see in the past. Yeah, and visually, as I was saying, definitely Andromeda is better, and this planet in particular is a great example of that. This is very vibrant colors and probably, I would argue, the best looking planet, although not necessarily the most full of all futuristy looking stuff. Hello. I actually meant to do that. Not the weapon thing. Easier to flame you to death while hovering. Oh. And it is to shoot. Well, I'm probably still shoot you to death while hovering as well. We also have a little more damage passively coming from our other weapon than we do on this one, so it's not really enough to get you in one hover while we're holding this guy. But yeah, I'm not really confident in our ability to finish these quests, is what I'm kind of getting at here. So we'll see if we happen across... Oh, hello. Happen across one or two more of them, but I am not sure that we are going to luck out. So we have now, we've checked there, we've checked there, we've checked here, we've just, we went there, now we're up here in this corner. That's where we dropped in, and there isn't a lot going on over there. It's like maybe over here in this section, that might be the one main area that we haven't really spent a lot of time. There's a chance there's something there that we need for quest-related stuffs, but otherwise... Oh, hold on. It's a little encouraging. We haven't looted that shy platinum. So maybe we've not really looked that thoroughly around here, and we might have missed something, although now I'm very disoriented. It's like, that's the other thing, is not only do we potentially need to get to the specific locations that we hadn't been to yet, but it might also be kind of hidden, the things we're looking for here. Once again, I missed the flamer. The manifestos one, I'm assuming we're gonna see groups of Rokar guarding that thing. So I'm kind of just looking for groups of enemies. as the pretty much only indicator for that, whereas the other stuff, there's basically no... Oh, well, I mean, there's some of it. Okay, hold on.
Good find, Pathfinder.
So that's a few we've seen now in this area. How many more do we need of that one? 3 still. Yeesh. They glow a little bit. They have a glowy effect. Not like that. They have kind of a shimmering look to them. So at least there's that, but part of me feels like we've seen a few in this general vicinity. I'm not sure if they're all located around here. And we should look more thoroughly in this area, or if we still need to be searching high and low, far and wide. So that's basically what this is going to turn into. I think in many planets now, it's going to be a bit of a scavenger hunt for the last few things that we need. At least we have established now what one of the other things looks like. Oh, and sure. So theoretically, that may help a bit. Okay, well, this is right by the town. I think we fast travel over here. So this is a section that we have not really spent much time in. So I suspect it may be one of the spots with the most unexplored stuffs.
Watch out. Let's see you deal with
Also, a fair number of enemies around here. Oh, hello. I totally knew you were there. Oh, there we go. There's the flavor. Not what we were technically flying, unfortunately. Ow. That also technically wasn't hovering. That was just jumping. This is definitely not... Oh, that might have killed. I definitely still hear more enemies. See what's going on over here.
Let's do this!
It's not really Remnant we're looking for. What's the other dude over here? Oh, you. Apparently.
that'll show.
Okay, now this, granted, is a big open area, so it would help if we came in with a plan. If we should probably use custom waypoints like that. Let's go up there. Even if that isn't necessarily where we see the enemies popping up right now, just because that is a relatively distinguishable location, I feel like. So we can check it off once we go there. In fact, let's basically run the perimeter, I think. Start here, work our way up there, then maybe, once we've done that, try to check off this upper half, upper third, whatever you want to call it. I'm going south, though. I meant to go east. Or west is what I meant. That's untaken. That's untaken. Huh? Have we been here? Looks pretty big. I would have thought that the answer would be yes. Pretty sure we had a mission that took us here before, did we not? Oh, well, that takes us back down. Okay, well, we definitely went west. Hold on, though. Huh? Do we need... This might be one of the manifest... This might be the last manifesto. Hold on. Translated from their language. These worlds have always belonged to us, from the moment our ancestors saw them through ancient telescopes. We claimed them when our first explorers reached the stars, and they remained our worlds even after the Scourge divided us in darkness. Outsiders have no right to these treasures, and true Angara must stand ready to defend our birthright. This is not a matter for debate or diplomacy. The Ket have already shown us that everything we love will be taken from us if we don't strike back. The governor of Aya is a weak coward, and the so-called leader of the resistance has failed us by not exterminating the new aliens the moment they met them. I've scattered these memories for whoever finds them. If you are Angara, learn from my experience and join the Rokar. If you are not, know that we will destroy you. That's the last one! Oh, thank goodness. Okay, but that's also kind of what I mean. It was experience and just experience. I mean, who knows if there's some other implication, other consequence of having finished or not finished that quest that we will only learn of later on, but at least at the moment, you know, that if it's just a matter of experience, then that's not really a huge deal. But that's one of the ones, the primary one, in fact, that we are focusing on here, although the remnant data cores are certainly here as well, we've later learned. And we know, we have a sense as to what those look like now. But that doesn't mean that they're necessarily easy to find. There was... I mean, now we're over the canal, water, rivery area, whatever you want to call it, that we were down in before. There was that one spot down there before. We've definitely been over here. There was the one spot down below where we had our scanner going off, and we didn't track down what it was that it was pointing toward, but it was also really misty down there, so it was hard to see. But it does make me wonder if that was one of the things that we are now looking for. So I'm gonna kind of hesitant to just plunge straight down there right now. Maybe we still head back in this area that we have not really explored that thoroughly yet, but if we find ourselves on 8 out of 9 of these remnant data cores, then maybe we'll pop back down there and see if the last one happens to be in the water somewhere. But again, if it turns out that it's only experience, then, you know, maybe it's not the end of the world if we find ourselves missing 1 or 2 of these missions of this variety, because they definitely don't seem like they're going to be as important as some of the other stuff. Okay, but let's head north now. So now we are not really looking for the manifestos. We're looking for the shiny plants, the glossy plants. And the fact that there is some platinum here that we did not take before suggests, and containers as well, suggests we may not have looked that thoroughly here in the past, so maybe we are in a good spot to be exploring further. Shiny plants. Can I get some shiny plants like that? That might be one of them. Shiny plants! It's one of them.
Interesting.
Beautiful. Okay, now we need 2 more, I think. So like that. I mean, granted, I picked it up as soon as I saw it, but that visual effect, I think that's a good sign that we were able to identify it from afar there, which hopefully means if we do come across more of them, it will be pretty clear. And it is what we are looking for. That's the container that we were just getting before, wasn't it? Okay, so we checked that specific corner. Shiny plants, where are they hiding you? Oh. Do you have any plants of the shiny variety? Certainly more enemies over here. Oh, hello. Including you. Okay, theoretically we haven't been here either.
Nice work.
Shiny plants. Oh, hello. Excuse me, sir. Could you please show me to your shiny plants? Oh, what? I was like, why are the wild animals suddenly firing weapons at us? I was a little confused for a second there. No, that's a real car.
I think that's it. Good work.
Okay, this is probably an area that we went to before. In this corner for some prior quest that I'm not currently remembering. There's a lot of enemies here. But maybe we got distracted by all those enemies and forgot about a shiny plant somewhere in that general area. And maybe that's where one of them is.
Got them all.
That is shiny. That's one of them. Okay.
This is coming back to the Tempest.
That it is. I think that means we only need one more. But what? But it's not this one. Wait, it's something else then. Is that the... It's not the wildlife. Which quest is this then? What the heck? Because that said 6 out of 9 this entire time. Unless it's allowing us to reacquire the ones that we already had from the spots that we'd already found them, and those don't count, despite every indication being that those counted. I don't know. That's weird. That seems very strange. Now I was gaining confidence until I may have just lost all of them. Confidence in us being able to finish this specific quest. Oh, can we hold on? Can we actually make it in there? Is that possible? Is there an alcove over there? Is that where all the enemies actually were? Yes, it was. Okay. Let's... I mean, basically, you know, we'll go through. We'll try to cover more or less the full planet. And we'll see where that leaves us. It obviously did get us one of the manifestos, the last manifesto that we needed. As to whether it will give us whatever it is that this quest is theoretically... These items are theoretically contributing toward. That remains to be seen. But we'll give it a go. Oh, you almost killed us. And by you almost killed us, I mean we basically are dead right now. Did you know? That was not the best way to go about doing that. And there are a lot of enemies here. Maybe I should be taking this encounter a little more seriously.
That's it. Good work.
So I think we are still looking for those shiny plants. The extent to which they do or do not count toward one of our missions, that's a different question. But you know, if we basically just try to do a lap around the planet, finding what we can in the process, then we can at least say, you know, we made a committed effort. And ultimately, we let the chips fall however they may. And at that point, we just say we can live with that. Again, in large part because we suspect that these more minor side quests are not really going to have much of anything in terms of impact on... Oh, I thought that was another enemy that was one of those wild animals that was biting our arm off. But apparently not. Oh, yes. I vaguely remember having activated that before. Yeah, we're hoping that if we can't finish these relatively minor side quests, that they aren't going to have any impact on the state of the end game. But I am not really seeing any shiny plants at the at the moment. I'm just trying to read that data pad that I'm pretty sure we would have read on a prior occasion. Probably. Possibly for the quest that we just recently finished. And I mean, I guess you could look at it that way and say we did finish that, so in some ways this trip was a success. Obviously we had the simple quest where we knew exactly where we had to go and knew exactly what we needed to do, but one of the open-ended side questy ones we were able to finish, so that's a positive. So we found enough of those shiny plants that I would have thought that if they all counted that we only needed one more at this point. But then the number didn't change on the actual quest log entry. So I don't know. Maybe we truthfully do only need one more, in which case it might be that last one down in the river, as we suspected there might be one over there. But if those other ones did not count, then who knows? Apparently we might have a long ways to go still. A fair ways to go, at least. And that may not be worth retracing our steps over and over again just to try to make that happen. Find that last one. Last few. No, whatever you're doing, I don't approve. Once again, really chipping the flavor. We're trying to get that cover kills. That is not a shiny plant. Not a shiny plant. Confirmed. Where exactly is this? Okay, this is sort of in this corner here. Okay, that is definitely a spot that we would like to investigate a little bit further. Also doesn't count as a shiny plant. Like, basically, it's a matter of, oh, is the quest just not properly updating on the log, and in truth, we do just need a little bit more? Or is it, as I'm starting to fear, such that, truthfully, those ones that we picked up before don't count, and we still have a ways to go? I'm going backwards now, aren't I? Kinda, sorta? Well... Hold on. Got that. That was further... Oh, no, it is further... south, where the actual inlet is. So basically, I'm going to check this area around here, because as I said, we haven't really gone around here nearly as much. Hopefully, that's where we can find it. If not, then we might call it. Definitely is another Invisidude over here. Potentially numerous Invisidudes still remaining here. But that, I mean, there is definitely still an Invisidude remaining here. That's a remnant, not a shiny plant, I think. Well, that is in the general direction that we are looking to go in. Surely there isn't a plant up there, right? Huh. Did not remember this being such an extensive set of stairs. This definitely seems like it could be a place where a shiny plant would be hiding, though. Is that something? Oh, this was a generator, I think, that at one point in time we may have shut off. Yeah. Unless... Nah, I don't think that's shiny enough. I'm afraid not. We only take the shiniest of plants. Where I'm from, that kind of plant would not even qualify as remotely shiny. Darn. Okay. Yeah, it seems like there are no shiny plants here. I think we might have struck out on this occasion. Oh, there's technically a bit of nickel over here. Is that an indication there might be a shiny plant hidden in the same area? I don't think so. You're not shiny enough. Okay, I think we're out of here. Yes, there was an enemy there. As for whether it got hit, don't quite think that it did. Hello, friends.
That's it. Good work.
Okay, now this is kind of sort of in the direction we just came from. Yeah, just don't really want to go all the way up there. But hug this wall-ish. In search of shiny plants. come up empty here. We'll check the little ravine. And I think we'll, if we don't find it there, in that spot where we thought we might have gotten the hint of a shiny plant before, then we'll probably call it there and maybe say goodbye to Havarl for possibly the remainder of the game. We've not seen an architect here, for what it's worth. That's a shiny plant! We've not seen an architect here. Which may or may not mean that there is some kind of architect later on.
Pathfinder.
Okay, but like, what about the mission? Because you still say 6 out of... Is that even what we're working on here? Is it bugged? We've had a lot at this point that we've gotten. I know you're over here. We've had a lot that have not counted.
Pulling out the fancy moves.
More than enough to finish it at this rate, if we were to believe that these were counting. Unless they are an entirely different quest.
I think that's it. Good work.
Didn't set up an explosion. Oh, I did not see that guy there. I meant to do this. That was an entry point into the vaults, which surely we aren't going to have to go back into that. Or I don't even know if we can. Yeah, I think we might need to call Havarl here. We do a last minute check to see if there's any other quests that we have not addressed that we should still look to do while we're here, although at this point we've done enough exploration that you'd think we'd have happened across whatever else might still be remaining. Can we get up there? You definitely hear enemies up there. Oh! I'm not sure if you're supposed to get up there. I feel like maybe that is not a place that you're intended to be able to go. But I mean, if you're gonna give me this series of platforms, you know I'm gonna try it. Oh, well, more like that's what theoretically we would be trying to go up. Which does seem possible. We were probably up there at some point. There might be a more straightforward way to get up there. But it may not be over here. once again. Back on shiny plant duty. They don't call me the shiny plant scout for nothing.
Here they come!
Hey, friends.
I love this squad.
Oh. Hello. That plant was shiny in a different way. That's also very shiny. I don't think we've been to this corner just yet. We are running out of spots. We're definitely starting to run out of spots here. Yeah. This is the same platform that I was on before. Actually, oh, not that. This weapon does have slightly more of a scope. That doesn't really make much of a difference, though. Okay, I think we just check. Is there anything else that we need to do here on Havarl? Because at this point, I am not really confident we're gonna find anything else here. Nothing listed under Havarl. Additional tasks. It's mostly this. Return to the Nexus. Scan for wildlife. This did not show us where that's supposed to be, so I have no idea where we find that. It may or may not be here. Scavengers' bodies. Doesn't tell us where. Speak to the reporter person. That's definitely not here. You are on a different planet. At least you'll tell us which one. Give us the icon. This is the one that we were trying to do, but didn't seem to get any progress tracked on it. Colonist bodies. This is Eos, I'm pretty sure. It's definitely not here. Then this is that Eladin? Or is that, Kadara? Might say. Yeah, because, like, ish. At this point, you know, it's not exactly the most thrilling of experiences, trying to hunt down these obscure things. So, I mean, we did pretty thorough exploration. In our past trips to all of the planets. Doing pretty much any and everything we could whenever we came across them. So, part of me feels like, you know, if that's not enough, then okay. In that case, we'll just, we can settle with what we've done thus far. And call it a day, because short of having, for some of those things, it feels like short of having a guide to tell you, okay, here are the exact spots where you find these things, or knowing where they all are and checking them off as we do them, So that if we don't do them all in one sitting, we know which ones we've missed. Without having the ability to do that, it feels like it is not the easiest thing to make that happen. So let's hop back down. I mean, it felt like a little bit of the ways down the river area. Should be eastward, right? Why is it? Oh. Also pressing all the wrong buttons. East, 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 and slightly south. In other words, in exactly the opposite direction that I was going in. Wait, what? Oh, we have to go up on this thing to get through. We checked this spot for shiny plants, right? Negatory? Okay. It's like, you know, this is like, to a certain extent, yes. The exploration, the open world aspect, obviously, is a part of Andromeda. Makes sense. On the other hand, to this extent, it's not really what I was looking for. Or at least tell me where to go to find the parts that I am missing when I activate the quest. But when you give me a whole lot of nothing there, there's not a lot I can do. Don't drop down just yet. Let's go a little further first. So at this point, basically, we're trying to seek out that one spot where we had our scanner going a little bit crazy, and it was in the mist, so we couldn't really tell what it was, but I kind of suspected that it might have been a shiny plant. In fact, might we even be able to see from up here? What is... Oh, that's where our custom waypoint is. That's why that's lit up. But there is definitely a mist effect once you get down there, whereas that doesn't really seem to be the case when we're all the way up here. This is actually pretty useful to approach it from this angle. Thought it was on this side. Not entirely sure what that is. Maybe it's worth investigating it, though. Yeah, I thought it was actually down after that drop-off, and pretty soon after that. So let's check. We can see... Where was that exactly? Oh no! Down we go, except no, I saved it. One of those particularly misty spots would be a good place to hide one. Might just be right in that area there. Because otherwise, that's kind of sort of the end, unless it was after that drop-down area. In which case, we can't really see it from here. All right, so let's make the plunge, and we'll see what we can do. What? Excuse me? You won't let me melee that far? How dare you? Just far enough that it counts as us falling to our doom? It was pretty close. At this point, it might just be best to fast travel to that spot that is over there somewhere, but... Those are all remnant dudes. Okay, we're just gonna fast travel to this spot here. It's gonna require that we travel a little bit of ground while we're over there to get to the spot in question, but we're trying to be very thorough. We are definitely trying to be thorough. I thought it was soon after one of these drop-down areas, in one of these misty areas, as whether it was this one or there is one later on. I'm not sure. But our scanner did go off. We just didn't know what our scanner was trying to tell us about. It's like here, this type of thing is very tough to see, so that might explain why we didn't track down the plant in question before, and also because we may not have realized that it was a plant that we were looking for in the first place. That looks like a shiny plant. This must be it.
It's possible we could discover something new from what you found. We should take it for further analysis.
Okay, so I mean, we've found all of those. As to whether those are data cores or something else, I don't know. But at this point, we found at least 6 distinct ones, and it still says 6 out of 10. So maybe we just so happened to have found exactly the same ones that we had found before, and they just respawn in the same exact places, and they don't count when you get exactly the same ones that you had before. But either way, it feels like there's not much else we can do beyond that, and maybe they just don't count toward a quest. Which would be weird, but maybe they're just in this kind of weird in-between area where Sam talks about them when you pick one up, but there isn't technically a quest they contribute toward. But it feels like we're just gonna get stuck here for all of eternity if we don't call it at some point. So I think we call it here. And that means we shift over to where Vold was where this quest was taking us. We did go to Vold not that long ago, to try to finish up all the side quests. So there's nothing else there at the moment, unless, again, some of these additional tasks happen to be there. Let's get onto the galaxy map. We'll try activating some of these additional tasks, see which ones will actually show us which planet they're located on, and take it from there. honestly, I'm getting close to feeling like either we just write off most of them, or maybe saying, you know what? Once upon a time, we knew where these places were. I might even, if I could be so bold, look up where you do these quests. Because otherwise, it's just like, it's a guessing game. Taking it one planet at a time, and if we have to explore every single planet in this level of thoroughness, then that is not a simple thing for us to do. That is rather time-consuming. So I'd rather do that with at least the knowledge that we are in the right place. Working towards something that can be completed. Like in this case, we thought we were in the right place for that I thought it was the remnant data core thing, but maybe it was, maybe we were wrong.
Hey, y'all. What do you need?
I mostly just went here to sell salvage because it felt like we were starting to pick up a lot. And I don't really need any of the consumables that you have here because they are not good. Oh, we should confirm that trade though. But I think we're just heading back. I think we're basically just heading back. But lids, what if that's the last shiny plant? I don't think that's a shiny plant, but I'll check. Confirmed, not a shiny plant. So, we may be done with Havarl. I kind of hope we're done with at least the side quest on Havarl. Of course, who knows if the main quest will take us back here. The fact that we haven't fought an Architect here makes me think that we may have the main quest take us here at some point. As whether there will be an Architect or something bigger than an Architect to take its place.
To talk to you.
Wait, who did? Did you say Jaw? I'm not sure why, to be honest with you.
Did you get my message?
No, but...
Doesn't matter. I have exciting news.
Oh?
And I wanted to tell you in person.
Okay.
Should I sit down?
Is that another idiom? Or... Yes, of course. Do what you like.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's an idiom that means... Never mind.
I've been offered an advancement in the Resistance. And... my own command.
Ooh. Okay. Ouch, what, you want to leave us? No, I mean, that's a good sign.
That makes complete sense. Congratulations.
Thank you. My family is very proud. And so am I.
So when did this happen?
Recently. You know that I wasn't satisfied with my position and direction in the Resistance.
I mean, it seemed like you had a pretty high rank because you were constantly talking to Ephra.
True. Very true. Yes. After my successes with you, they see me with new eyes. But more importantly, so do I.
Okay, so what would be your new position?
So you get your own command?
It's a covert squad, Tech Ops, commanding a small group of elite specialists that infiltrate advanced Ket sites. High danger, high reward.
Oh. Oh. Okay, look, obviously, he's, getting promoted, and he was kind of sort of temporarily working with us, but does this actually affect whether he stays with us or whether he leaves permanently. I kind of thought that, as we were saying, it's maybe near the end of the game, and perhaps, he can just join them a little bit later when we're all done with all the stuff that we're trying to do. He can wait a little bit, right? No, maybe not. Maybe not. So, or maybe this is, usually when we have this icon with the 3 arrows, that means that this actually does make a difference and it's not just, flavor text or exposition. So that makes me think we might kind of need to do that. I mean, obviously he's not one of our preferred squad mates most of the time, but I'm also surprised. What was it that prompted this happening? Because it's not as if we just had some major mission for Jal. So is this something that's time based, and it just so happened that we right now took long enough that he's being called back to the Resistance? It's not exactly the type of thing that I expected to fall under that category, if that is the case. But I feel obliged to say that we need you.
Would you consider turning it down? We've come to rely on you around here. Some of us even like you.
And I like them. Mostly.
Okay then. Should we head back to Aya?
What? Why? I'm not taking the position.
But that's crazy.
Oh,
it's what
okay.
you wanted.
What I wanted, yes. But not what I needed. Not what I need. With your help, I broke free of expectation. I found my better self.
Oh. That is a pretty big compliment.
That's one of the nicest things anyone has said to me. Seriously.
Good.
No, really.
You've changed too, I think. More open. Like a true Angara.
Perfect.
So, you're stuck with me now. At least until this all plays out. Besides, you need me.
Don't push your luck.
But luck can't be pushed. It comes to us, and... idiom.
Yep.
Shit.
Alright. Okay, so... It's not as if we were about to lose Jal. Apparently, I assume, regardless of what you say there, he will stay with you in that case. But I do still wonder, what was that actually triggered that conversation? Because there wasn't anything obvious that I can think of off the top of my head that would have led to that, other than just us having done the main quest mission pretty recently. I guess it would be that? It also sounds like he sent us an email that we did not read, because Callow told us to talk to him. Didn't tell us we had a new email. Oh, actually, no, from Cora. Not from Jal. Thanks again for coming with me to the garden. Creating the garden. If you want to know, the plants we seeded are Tiral Asana, handful of water, a plant from Rannoch. That's saying something. Common Irsal, a Thessian blossom that smells like honey. Now that's more what I would have expected. Thessia, of course, being the Asari homeworld, Rannoch being the Quarian homeworld. But she's a bit of a fan of the Asari. Lace in lilac, a flower they found on Eden Prime, and a few others. Okay, excuse me, guys. Just nab this stuff real quick. Drac, chill, dude. Okay, check this. Mission successful. Nice. Couple new missions. Wait, what rarity was this? This is... Is this a silver or is this a gold? One of them was silver, one of them was gold, and I don't remember which was which. This is definitely silver, because everyone has percentages in the 90s. So let's prioritize the gold here. High risk, high reward. We do have a team for that. That team is you. Then this one will take whoever we have left. Okay. So, what I think we do now is... and we will, of course, want to head back to Vold to do the relatively major quest that we were working on. But I kind of want to see which one of these quests we can get showing up on the galaxy map so we can more definitively track down where they go. It's like, Havaro, showing up a whole lot of empty there. If we back out here, I thought the little mouse one, was it Kadara? I thought it was Eladin. I'm pretty sure it was Eladin. But this is another one that's going to require that we go running around to random outposts, attacking people, and occasionally we'll find, hopefully, a random quest item in one of the spots that we haven't been to yet. But once again, because we've already explored most of the planet, it's really hard to tell where we have and have not been and which ones we would and would not have already picked up. So I'm not optimistic about that, or not particularly enthused about doing that after having just spent a whole bunch of time not doing much on Havarl. So I might prefer that we go for something that has a little more of a definitive target for us to go after. This is on Eos. I know that. Permanent data cores, still don't know. We thought that was... Wait, where's Chief Lucan? Which outpost is Chief Lucan at? 'Cause I thought this was one of the ones that showed us an actual marker. Oh, that's on the Nexus. Okay, well, we definitely do have several things on the Nexus, so I'm kind of waiting to do all that in one fell swoop. So that's going to be Nexus. That I have no idea. Want to say Kadara, but I definitely could be wrong, and I'm doubtful that you're going to show us. So that just, it's pretty frustrating, if I'm being honest. In case you couldn't tell from my feelings on Havarl just then. It's like, just tell me where, at least tell me what planet I'm supposed to be on to do these things. That doesn't feel like much to ask for. Like this, I have no idea. Because I'm amazed that we've done 3 out of 10 and only that for something that I would have thought would be pretty evenly spread, at least, if not evenly spread out, and something that we would have gotten much more of these already done for. At least once again, show us where they're located, like was the case for the minerals, like was the case for the plant life. But I don't think this one was going to give us the icon. So, to me, like, I know we've been doing this playthrough blind and what have you, but the exception to that was always, unless and until there is a door, or, you know, like an area that we need to go to that I'm trying to get to, that I just don't know where it is, or a person that we're supposed to talk to that I can't find, and this feels like it falls under that category of, I know what we want to do, and at a certain point in time, we knew where it was, but now the game is no longer telling us, so we're basically lost on these quests. So, to me, that feels like that's fair game for that reason, to look up those ones. You know, it's not like it's spoilers, really, as much as it's just having a basic understanding of what you're asking us to do. So, might just look those up and write down the planets that they're on, just so that we have some sense of what we're getting ourselves into, and not subjecting ourselves to running around potentially thinking that we are making progress on a quest, but not actually making any progress at all, which was potentially the case there on Havarl for one of those missions. Because if we do that for, you know, the 10 quests we have here, then it's going to be a long time before we finish these types of things. I mean, you would think that process of elimination will eventually end up on a planet where we have something we can do, right? But it's, where is it? The colonist one, I know that's Eos. That might be the only one that I can say definitively. The mouse one, as I said, I'm pretty sure that's Eladin. Yeah, this will actually tell us. So that's something. Although, I did remember this one. So, of all the ones you could tell us, this is not the most meaningful, not the most useful. Do you get a reminder for it?
Pythias system, home of Eos and Prodromos.
Okay. This is one that we tried to do before, and we have made some progress on, but we got to a point where there was just... It's one of those ones, very similarly to just about all the ones that are remaining, where we had to track down and scan some very specific things that were sort of spread out. This shouldn't really involve much in the way of combat, so if you want to throw in some people that we don't see very often, and we did just take Liam and Cora, two Eos specifically, and those are the two that we take the least often. So, well, sure, we'll stick with Jal. Once upon a time, Jal was actually probably our most common squad mate to take with us, but sure, we'll take Liam, I guess. But, so we tried doing this before, we made some progress on it, and we hit a bit of a wall. So I'm also not sure we're going to succeed at this one, even if it does give us locations more specifically for us to check. But I mean, that's more than we could say for the other quest that we were just doing. So maybe that's all we'll need this time. And we can do better than our previous attempt. I hope so. Let's see. Thought it was... Oh, no. You're not going to give me a spot to scan? Hold on. No. Okay, if you're not going to tell me specifically where they are, or at least give me an area with a, you know, a bubble in which to look for them, then that probably just about rules it out for me. Because it's just going to be a whole lot more like what we just did on Havarl, and I am not feeling that right now. So we might call that there. I had thought that it was somewhere around here. At least that's where the first few were. And then I thought that there was a spot around here where we saw an icon, but we couldn't find the specific place where we were supposed to scan. And we eventually just said, well, maybe next time. But I'm not seeing that. So, I mean, we could head over that general direction. But I might be completely wrong, in which case we're going to be doing exactly what we just did and exploring the entire planet to find one specific thing. So that just feels like that's a recipe for failure. So I think we're heading out. I think that's a no. Which I'm not happy about, but I'm also not happy about doing that for every single planet, for every single quest we have remaining.
Leaving Atmo. All clear.
So at this point, I think that means we're basically just going to Vold. And the Nexus, I suppose. Vold, for that quest.
Can we talk when you're free?
Sophie, we have like 5 things we need to talk to you about, one of which we are very much trying to avoid. So I really don't want to speak to you right now. And I don't know which of those things you're referring to right now, or if there's something entirely new and different that you're referring to. Nor do I know if that's like a super warning of like, hey, Lids, by the way, there is actually a hidden timer that's running in the background, and it's ticking every time you travel to a new planet. And this just running back and forth to do a whole bunch of nothing, that's not helping, buddy. And once you actually do get back to the main quest, you are in a whole lot of trouble, because you have now delayed a lot. So if that's the case, then especially because we've been doing, you know, a whole lot of nonsense recently, that might get to the point where that does not sit particularly well with me. Because it's one thing if it's on us for not having done enough side quests early enough to have finished all the ones we want to finish by the time we get to this key timed point. It's another thing altogether, though, if we know what we want to do, but you aren't giving us clear enough signals as to where and how and what we are supposed to do, and that is ultimately the thing that causes us to fail, because that feels like that's less on us and more on the game for poor descriptions, poor guidance. Just tell us where the quests are, man. It requires that we memorize where every single side quest is. Which, I mean, sure, it's one thing to do that for a few side quests, but for all these really generic, open-ended, or just generic ones that could be located anywhere, in many cases, missions that we learned about initially a very long time ago, that's a different thing.
Beginning approach.
So at this point, of course, it's probably too late for us to
Old orbit is steady.
fix any of that stuff, if, in fact, we are shooting ourselves in the foot repeatedly by traveling to planet after planet and continuing to try side quest after side quest. So we're basically just going to have to go all in on this at this point. Why is... Not sure why we have the exclamation point here. But now we are doing a mission that was a relatively late edition, and one that may, for that reason, be a little more difficult and require a little more of our A-team. Maybe we're back to Drac and Vetra, although, for what it's worth, the brief component that we had on Havara was not too tough. But maybe that was just a prequel
Approaching the LZ.
to this part, and this is where it's about to get serious. But yeah, like, if everything goes catastrophically wrong with the main quest because we had to jump around to do these things, then I'm gonna be really, really mad, to the point where I'm not gonna forgive Andromeda at all. That's, after what has happened here, if that's ultimately what does us in, then that is a fatal flaw to me. Not a minor grievance. Not an annoying thing that bugs us for a while, but at least we can look past in the big picture. But ultimately, not even a critical flaw, a fatal flaw in that case that will color my entire perception of the game. But we'll see. We'll see. Why? There's that. Why do we have an icon that is leading us off fold? Because naming the dead is active? That's why. Okay, so don't worry about that. Ignore that. Go back to activating this. This, yes. Okay. Is there a specific spot we should fast travel to? Yes, in fact, most of at least this one is right on top of a fast travel spot. Though there is a big mountain here, and it might be that this spot is up on that mountain.
That's Techix, according to my map.
Gotta hand it to these Angara. They're tough.
Scan evidence from Ket Handler on Vold. Scan Dr. Aiden's equipment on Vold. This is the equipment. I can't tell if that's above or below right now. Theoretically, we should be able to tell here, and it looks like it is on the same elevation, roughly, Because it's not saying that it's not giving us the icon that it's above. Yeah, there it is. I thought I remembered there's a very bad merchant here. You have some Ezo. Consumables? No, doesn't look like it. Okay.
From Kadara tomorrow.
Don't remember who you are.
Welcome back.
But apparently we've already spoken to you about whatever it is that we need to speak to you about, so never mind.
This must be Dr. Aden's workspace. The one the STG agent is investigating.
Okay, maybe keep it down. No? Right here? This.
This equipment has been sterilized with a standard radioisotope. There are trace elements of biomaterial that could be consistent with exaltation pods.
Or they could be leftovers from Aden's experiments.
We should look into the lead about the cat handler.
Okay. Lab supplies, mass spectrometer. Last registered to Dr. Aden, trace elements, NCI medium, and Garan cellular remains. This equipment has traces of chemical compounds used in Ket exaltation chambers. That does sound very suspicious.
This equipment has been sterilized with a standard radioisotope.
Okay.
There are trace elements of biomaterial that could be consistent with exaltation pods.
I mean, that's hard. That's far from definitive evidence.
We should look into the lead about the cat handler.
Am I going in the right direction or the wrong direction? I'm going in the wrong direction.
Focus!
You punch like a half-dead cat.
Okay. So let's head over to the other one, and I think that is going to warrant... technically, we don't need to be here, because we're going to fast travel. Take your pick. Probably this. Depending on what you're... Oh, we are completely frozen? Oh, nope, we're not completely frozen. Don't mind that.
Restored.
Depending on your thoughts of how willing you are to go over that type of glacier-like mountain structure.
Remnant pillars, probably a few unfriendlies.
Actually, it didn't seem much.
Construct.
Hey, friends. Is this the spot in question? Where'd they all go? What the heck? They all just magically disappeared? What the heck? What just happened? We flamed them briefly. And then every single enemy disappeared? Also not sure what specifically I'm supposed to be scanning.
Let's get a scan.
What are you referring to, Ryder? Is that a coincidence? This is not the actual area. I don't know what that's all about. But I think we ultimately ignore it as an odd fluke.
Let's get a scan.
No, let's not. Please stop saying that.
Let's get a scan.
Please stop saying that every 10 seconds. But I know you're going to continue to say that every 10 seconds. Now we're at least in the actual encounter. We definitely have not gotten them all. There's a specific dude that we're supposed to scan in particular?
That STG agent was right. This cat was Dr. Aden's contact.
Okay, I don't know how you know that just from flaming the dude. We're gonna be able to figure that out just by scanning his dead body. It does feel like maybe that wasn't the best way to handle the situation. heck happened to you? 1 second, Drac. That anointed who got you?
Let's go.
Oh, hello. Oh, I missed. Drac got back up because reasons. Seems like they're all dead. Which was probably one of those Ket stations that we saw in this area before when we were passing through here that we thought at the time, that's strange. Clearly at some point in time this is going to be significant, but that time is not yet. Happened on a couple of occasions, I think.
Let's get a scan.
Oh my god. Don't do this to me. Okay. Oh, thank goodness. Thought we were just gonna be scanning ghosts.
This Ket has a Milky Way comm device implanted. Particle vibration on the transmitter resembles Solarian encryptions.
Resembles doesn't prove much. The Ket could have found the implant on the Solarian Ark. The best leads on Aden's betrayal, and they're both circumstantial.
Right.
He's Solarian, probably guilty of something.
We could head to the Nexus and ask Reika about this. Maybe she knows something.
Okay, and that's another reason why we deliberately delayed a bit before going back to the Nexus, is because, in general, a lot of quests tend to lead there at some point. And now, I believe we have truly done everything here that we want to do outside of, as we've said many times before, the hidden caches, which we don't really feel obligated to go after. So, I think we head back. Or technically, we can just head back from here. And I'm growing increasingly terrified that by jumping around continuously from quest to quest, planet to planet, as late on in the game as we are currently in, that we may be tempting fate.
Can we talk when you're free?
I'm hoping that's just a reference to the main quest and or the side quests that we want to talk with you about. Nexus. Unless we happen to have gotten an email, though that would be kind of strange at this point. No. Okay. Nexus.
Fold orbit is steady.
Yep, so nothing listed there. So now we should have several things to turn in on the Nexus. We have a meeting with Drac, sort of his post-loyalty mission quest. We have, I believe, something to pick up for the movie night. We might be talking to the person we did the Rocks quest for, and obviously this one that we're working on right now. So I think that's at least 4, if not more than that. Yeah, what is it? This says a lot more than that. Yeah, and I think most of these are just turning in quests that we've functionally completed at this point. Although I looked away for a second from the screen, only for that dramatic sound, and I almost jumped out of my seat. Okay, so there should be a bunch of stuff here. I'm hoping that most of that stuff is marked. Like, yes, obviously we have that main quest here, but may make sense for us to just go one place at a time, because most of the other things are closer by. So yeah, why don't we go here first, in truth? So this was the one where we did a bunch of the challenges, the battles against difficult enemies, and in some cases, in the very last one at least, we beat the dude's time. So we kind of sort of set a record. And now we're gonna let them know that we are the best of the best.
Safely home thanks to you and your skills. I've learned a great deal.
It was fun.
It was fun to really test myself out there.
Spoken like a soldier.
Technically, we're more of an
Performance
engineer
was
infiltrator hybrid.
exemplary, Ryder. I can see clearly why your N7 would be the best of the best. If you tire of being a pathfinder, I'd be honored to call you a brother Heskal.
Alright. Quest complete. Doesn't really look like anything happens beyond just having that checked off, because, as I was saying, for all intents and purposes, the quest was really already done. I think other stuff is still on the lower level. But yeah, no experience or credits or anything like that. I think this was where we were.
Hi.
Who said Pathfinder? That's kind of sort of our name. We'll take some Cobra RPGs. Not sure we've ever used one, but we'll take some. I don't remember us getting much in the way of weapons damage stuff before, but theoretically on your weapons, that's probably not a bad thing to have. Regeneration delay reduction. I mean, I'm not really sure we're about to recraft gear anytime soon. What level are we? No, we're not. We would need a few more levels before we could craft the next level gear anyway. The main reason why I got here was because I'm fairly certain that this is the location for the party item that we need, which might be at the bottom. No, not that. Not that. Although, I mean, at this point, I guess, why not? Haven't really been making much of an effort to purchase those models on other occasions, and I think we did see them show up on other occasions, but it's not as if the 90 credits is gonna make us broke. That is what we're looking for. That is a long list of stuff this person is selling. If we throw in the salvage while we're at it, and suddenly... no, we are still paying. Okay, that's fine. Okay, so we want to check back in with Lexi, because I'm hoping that that's the final person who has something for us to pick up for the party, because otherwise we don't have much time remaining to pick up those things. And sometimes we have to do a mission before the next person messages us saying they want us to do something. So that's another reason why we want to expedite that process a bit. So now Drac, this is his post-loyalty mission meeting.
And they're willing to help. They'll be great allies.
Oh, I remember. Ryder would always say this when we were on the Nexus before.
The others aren't here yet, but it shouldn't be long.
The others?
The others.
Cash and Vorn. If we're gonna teach you Krogan games, we're gonna need more Krogan.
So you don't hate Vorn? Is Vorn the leader of the new Tuchanka on Eladin? If so, then what's she doing here? I don't really remember who that is. It might be someone entirely different.
I thought you didn't like Vorn.
What, just because I ride him hard?
No, it's a dude.
He's smart, real handy with plants, kept the colony alive and
Oh,
going
he was
after we left the Nexus.
The plant dude.
Kesh made a good choice there. Not that I had any say in the matter.
So, fire-breathing thresher maws of doom.
Oh, right.
That's right.
Saw that
Pretty
mentioned.
basic game. First one Krogan kids usually play.
I've seen vids, and I know thresher maws are damn huge, but fire-breathing thresher maws of doom? That sounds like overkill.
You'll see. It's great.
Right, so, what are the rules?
Kids game, remember? It's simple. Burn down all the other pieces on the map. You win.
Okay. Are we talking burn metaphorically or actually?
Wait, burn down, as in actual fire or metaphorical fire?
What do you think? I'll load up the mini flamethrowers when the others get here.
Yup.
Well,
real fire.
At least the table is fireproof, I think.
Yeah, just don't hit the drinks. Bartender will have a fit.
The drinks are definitely not fireproof. Wait, what? Oh, no, you can't tell me that we aren't actually going to be able to see that. No, tell me we actually get to play with the fire-breathing pressure maws of doom.
I don't believe you. You're putting me on.
Oh, Dutch, would I lie to you?
Yes. Yes, you would. Absolutely. Surfing a shuttle as it crash lands on an asteroid. No one's that crazy. Not even you. Right?
Best landing ever.
I don't believe you. You're putting me on.
Now I just feel like you led me on. And you didn't give me the payoff. What the heck? I wanted to see the mini flamethrowers. You can't tell me there are mini flamethrowers and then not show me the mini flamethrowers. What a letdown.
Best
Welcome back.
landing ever.
I'm so disappointed. What the heck? It ends there? It ends there? Aw. Well, that stinks. Alright. Apparently that's all there is to it. In which case now we should probably... Well, let's double check. We know we want to do this. That's the main thing we're looking for, but... That's really on the... Yeah, on the Tempest. Oh, this is one that's all over the place, right? In the actual galaxy, not in the... Or in... Spread out across the cluster. And I hope that we can actually find it. We didn't actually test this one specifically, I don't think, because I saw the word Nexus and probably didn't even bother looking into this, but this is not actually located on the Nexus, I don't think. Oh, or maybe it is. Or maybe it is? Wait, is that... Did I just activate it, or... Yeah, I did. Okay. Okay, sure. Why not? We'll give this one a shot then. Maybe we just forgot about it before.
Exile, Krogan are returning to the Nexus. The Krogan have been welcomed back into the initiative after officials accepted their push for equal status. Clan leader Nakmor Morda welcomed the support
What the heck?
and resources new Tuchanka
Huh?
now receive.
Oh, there's... Okay, there's one over there, there's one over here. Gotcha. It's like, why are you immediately telling me to turn around? Okay, for what it's worth, the...
I know my rights.
So when will you remain silent?
When do I get my lawyer?
Haven't thought out many lawyers yet. There's probably a joke in there somewhere.
You think martial law is funny?
Ah, someone who stole medical supplies lecturing me on the legal system? That's hilarious.
working out in there. Wait, is that Reyes? No. No. Reyes does not have purple hair. Okay, but there are definitely other things we can do while we're over here. Now, this is the side where... Oh, no. Okay, well, let's check the map. We'll do this. I'm getting distracted by other things. What the heck? It totally said there was one over here. Alright. Now I'm legitimately starting to just get peeved across the board as the game has, on numerous occasions now, in a row, either not told us where we're supposed to go or told us the wrong place to go. Oh, we're here. I guess we'll talk with Cash.
I hear a Krogan stirred up some trouble in Kadara Port.
The potential answers to this. Oh, it was totally Drac. No question. Or I don't know what you're talking about.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Right.
I'm done here. I don't know what you're talking about.
Nothing more for now.
Good luck out there. Did you tell him I was coming down to check on you?
He still won't leave me alone. He's pretending to inspect my work.
Right. Cycling airlocks 56B and 57B now.
That worked. He's leaving. Thank you.
That's interesting, because Spender is locked up right now. So that...
check is done. All safety's in good shape. That's the lot for today, then. Finally.
Spender is supposed to be... Oh.
So real. Multiple times. Got hard on the outfit's finances, though, so we had to stop.
Well, that's a detail, I suppose.
No, that's when he got creative. It involved an asteroid, and... I have paperwork to do, so...
Oh, that's a reference to the conversation Drac was having before. But, what were we just hearing about before? Oh, that, Spender's locked up right now. So I wonder if that conversation was technically supposed to be something we would overhear Kesh say previously? Because there's no way that Spender is, overseeing what someone else is doing at work on the Nexus right now while he is behind bars. Right, dare I see if Addison has something new to say to us?
Pathfinder.
Has there been any immediate reaction to exposing Spender?
Of course. The damage he did. That'll scar us for a long time. There's also the crow I've had to
So will
eat.
your face.
Can't say it wasn't deserved.
We're all better off without him.
Brecker might disagree. His job now includes everything Spender did.
Thanks ever so much.
Well, you know, you're welcome. Maybe you can get a promotion from that.
Have you caught up with Dr. Kennedy now she's back on the Nexus?
She's as difficult as she always was, which is how it should be. Andromeda isn't supposed to change everything.
You two seem very different.
I met Jean at a university bar. She was talking libertarian and drinking vodka slimes. I instantly hated her. An hour later, we were back to back.
How are we to make this politics as well?
Team, and somehow she hadn't started it. I bet there's someone like that on your ship. They drive you crazy, but for some reason, you just click.
I think it's pretty clear
We're very
where
different.
I stand with most of my squad.
Well, early days,
You and I?
guess. Life is so safe without those kinds of people. Some might say better, but they're not in the initiative.
Alright, you know...
Director Addison?
I've had it for your
Pathfinder.
philosophical, deep takes, Addison. Not exactly the first person I go to looking for those. Life advice. Those types of things. Okay. So... I guess we're going back over there.
Hydroponics reports oxygen production is nominal. An entire
It totally just lit up in the place we just went to. After entering that.
thought to be Meridian, a widely speculated key to sustaining.
Alright, game.
Life in the galaxy.
You've crossed the line.
Authorities provided little comment, releasing only brief footage.
You've crossed the line. That's too far. We go to operations. There's nothing in operations. Once we're there, it tells us to go back here. We're here. There's nothing here. It tells us to go back to operations. We are not doing this quest. We are at least not doing it now. I had previously thought that this was actually out exploration-y in the galaxy, basically scanning from the Tempest, not actually located on the Nexus, so I was surprised that we had an icon here on the Nexus to begin with. So maybe that's why it's being all wonky here, but that is inexcusably bad. So in that case, that's the only thing listed under Nexus, so we're looking at either additional tasks. Theoretically, you're here somewhere. Why didn't this show up before? Like, it's an active quest. Why are you not showing up as an icon on the map? I know we didn't have it as our active quest, but there still should have been an icon there. Oh, who just asked for a second with the Pathfinder? Somebody did. That's the person we're looking for. She's up here? I mean, we knew she was up here from the map, but I just was not sure if it was her talking to us.
Just a minute.
When we were down there? Okay.
You're back.
My arrest was a clerical error. Translation, our heroic Pathfinder took an interest, and now you're bad PR. Truth hurts. A Pathfinder can handle the dangers out there. For us ordinary people, it's too much. I want to finish the documentary, take a stand for what matters. But what is that? What's best for the initiative?
Keeping people inspired, or the cold, hard facts? Well. Oh, right, and it's been a while since we had our last interview with her, but thinking back on that, yeah, on several occasions, that was kind of the choice that we had, was whether to spice things up a little bit and go for stretching the truth a bit, making things sound as if everything was all fine and dandy, when maybe at times that wasn't quite the case, or being brutally honest, sometimes telling people things that perhaps they didn't really want to hear. And I don't remember if we necessarily went all in on one of those things. If anything, I feel like we might have done more of this, but there's probably at least one occasion on which we did the whole inspirational approach. Maybe we go for this because I feel like we might have done slightly more of those types of responses, but we've done so many of them and spread out over so much time that I could absolutely be wrong about that.
People deserve the truth, today and 1,000 years from now. Let's give it to them.
Okay, have your Sam give me everything it recorded in that remnant city. I'll give them raw footage, uncompromising every challenge we need to overcome. Thanks, Ryder, for everything.
Okay. She still has another interview slot? Whoa. Okay. I wonder if that's like the very end of the game, like after the end of the game. When it's sort of like okay, soak in all the stuff that you did and talk to some of the people who have been major NPCs or squad mates with you along the way, and that includes one parting interview to reflect upon it all. Yeah, before we head out, though. No, waiting. You are here on the Nexus, and you're apparently right next to the person that we were just speaking to. Like, why are these not icons that show up? even when it's not the active quest, usually you would have an icon for anything that is quest related. But that's not the case now until we activate it, which is obnoxious because we walked past this guy several times and probably walked past other things we could turn in.
Lucky them.
Are the Angara children to them, or some great experiment?
Are they talking about the Jardin? They might be.
Downloading new scanner data.
Now I'm trying to speak to Dr. Lucan, who really does not want us, or Chief Lucan, who really doesn't want to speak to us until he turns around.
The geophysics VI is well ahead of...
Whoa!
As promised, 1 consultant's bonus.
Now he wants to speak to us too much.
Enjoy.
I would enjoy some personal space. That caused us to level up? Oh, that was a ton of experience. Well, that was for the hitting rocks for science, which was possibly the quest that required the single most exploration and scanning and all that stuff. Along the lines of some of the other ones that we've been trying to do, although at least in this case, as I was saying before, for the rocks stuff, it did, up until just now, show us specifically where we had to go, which was very useful, and what I would very much like to have for these other quests that we have left. But let's see if there's any other additional tasks that we can turn in here or do other things for while we are still on the Nexus. No, these are all in specific locations. This one, the little mouse one, as I said, I'm pretty sure that's uneluded. But, you know, if it's anything like we did get the manifestos, and that's basically, I would think, pretty much the Eldon equivalent of it. As we've said, you know, we've seen something pretty similar to this on basically every planet. We did eventually get the manifestos for Havarl. It wasn't too bad. It was more so are we making progress on the Remnant data cores? I don't know. So, as to whether we do go out our way to do that, I don't know. But this is technically the main thing that we're here for. And also something that, despite us probably walking right past the person that we were supposed to speak to, we did not have an icon on our map telling us that that's where we're supposed to speak to someone. Which, I mean, it's, in the grand scheme of things, is minor. But after having to run around like crazy for all this stuff, it's just one after another instance of the same issue. It just really hammers home how much that can start to add up. And start to make things very unpleasant. Especially if, oh, okay, thank goodness. I was about to say, if it put us on another wild goose chase and sent us to the wrong spot. Oh, just walking in here will do the trick. Hello.
Ah, Ryder. Grab a seat.
Everybody's here.
So afterwards, the cat got twitchy. Took me a while to get back.
True. We
They must be
haven't
afraid
talked with
you're
you after
close
the
to
Remnant City.
figuring out exaltation.
Oh, I hope so.
Wait, you're studying exaltation?
So you're finding out the Ket's dirty exaltation secrets?
That's the plan. Your star maps were helpful, by the way.
Oh, of course. I'll be charting the Scourge for a while, though Ryder's data from the vaults is helping.
I'll send you our latest.
I'll take a copy as well. Anything to expand the search grid.
You're still looking for stasis pods?
And finding them. Having a partner AI makes one hell of a difference. I guess I need to train a successor, and figure out how to prepare them.
I don't think this is a job you can prepare for. You live it, and do your best.
I mean, yeah. Most of the people here have been thrown into this position and were not the ones who were originally assigned to this role. Was that also the case for Reika? I think it was for her too, right? A little less extreme in her situation, I think. But that doesn't necessarily... Those were for extenuating circumstances, right? Under ideal circumstances, we would still have a training program, and or at least do something to prepare the next Pathfinders in line. You know, we don't... Just because we all had miraculous ways in which we somehow made it work through the difficult circumstances doesn't mean that we need to subject everyone to the same difficult circumstances.
More groundwork would have helped in the early days.
Huh. Well, that's worth knowing.
In the meantime, we've a serious matter to deal with. The first vintage bottled in Andromeda. Sent as a gift.
A good thing I brought my flask. Damn, that smells good.
Since we've got a moment to ourselves, shall we toast?
So this is definitely as a follow-up for the previous main quest, the Remnant City, not for the specific thing that we're supposed to ask Reika about. For what it's worth, this also may be indicative of what will happen when we speak to Suvi next, because we need to talk to her about a main quest mission and about a side quest. And if it follows the same sort of priority as we're seeing here, then that might mean that Suvi will begin by speaking to us about the main quest and possibly lock us into that or set off the hidden timer, or if we haven't done that already, all those things. So it's a little concerning, unless it's, the order in which you triggered the things to speak with someone about. Like in this case, we did the quest, the main quest that triggered this conversation before we did the side quest that we're trying to talk to Reika about. So maybe that's what's determining which conversation is coming first and which conversation is coming second. And if that were to be the case for Suvi, no, it would still be main quest first, wouldn't it? Yeah. Darn. Okay. Yeah, I think in all likelihood we need to assume that that's what's going to happen for Suvi. But anyways, since we've got a moment to ourselves, shall we toast to good colleagues, to exploration to discovery. Not that they aren't good colleagues.
And all the mysteries waiting for us.
Oh, yep, okay. Hello, everyone. We would like to speak to Reika, although I guess maybe while you're all here, we can chat with you as well.
So it's official? You're part of our little club?
I know I was reluctant, but it was the right call. Thanks for the push.
You're right for the job.
I know you make Mason proud.
I'm trying.
Okay, and we can actually talk to you about a lot of stuff.
How have you been since HO47C?
Fine, I'm fine.
You're clearly not fine.
If you ever want to talk about Mason, you know where to find me.
Thanks, Ryder. Really, I'm just not ready.
Okay. What about survivors from your arc?
Any luck finding other survivors from Natanis?
Sounds like you have had
Brought
some.
in another batch yesterday. Still too many unaccounted for, but we're getting there.
I'll keep an eye out.
Thanks, Ryder. Appreciate it.
How's life on the Nexus treating you?
Running water and rations. It's a beautiful thing. I can tell people are still shook up from the uprising, but compared to Havarl, things almost feel normal.
I mean, did he crash land on Havarl? I think he did when we first saw him. Like, had he been to the Nexus when we had met him? So I don't think he had. So this is kind of sort of his first trip here, which, now that things are kind of up and running, is certainly, I would think, better than Havarl, at least when he first landed over there, crash landed over there.
So how are you finding the new post?
Not used to having people question my actions, but I like the challenge. More than I thought.
That wasn't the case when you were a Spectre?
Any regrets?
My only regret is that Mason isn't here to see me play diplomat with Tan. Back in the Milky Way, I would have punched sense into that worm. Now, I use my words. I'm a changed man.
Okay, maybe it would have made more sense to go Spectre than Pathfinder, but what about back when you were a Spectre?
Pathfinder versus Spectre. How does it compare?
They're completely different beasts.
Are they, though?
As a Spectre, I worked in the shadows. Intel was on a need-to-know basis.
Okay, I guess that's how you wouldn't be as much subject to public criticism.
It's all out in the open.
Which do you prefer?
Being a Spectre was easier, but being a Pathfinder is more rewarding.
What? Okay, he's saying some pretty questionable things. Like, yes, sure, I'm sure that there are some occasions on which, or for some Spectres, they weren't as active or doing as high-stakes missions as Commander Shepard was. Obviously, that's about as big as it gets. but still, he's pretty seriously underselling the whole Spectre thing, it seems.
Good seeing you, Avitus.
Stay safe out there.
Okay, so that's you. Now let's speak to the Asari Pathfinder.
I can't believe how much the Solarians suffered. Is there any monstrosity the Ket won't stoop to? But Rake is safe and well, and so much more competent than me. I do have a long way to go.
Okay. What the heck? Where is that coming? Do we have any basis for making this statement? Like, yes, we had a mission in which we helped her significantly, but that was a little while ago, and I don't remember if she was constantly bringing up religion, but that just feels like it is totally out of nowhere.
I get the sense you draw a lot of strength from your faith.
I do. It's a comfort to know I'm never alone. Though I suppose now, with my Sam, that's doubly true. Do you have any particular beliefs?
Not particularly.
I wouldn't say so.
Everyone has their own path through the world. I wish you the best on yours.
Okay, let's see. So then what else? Sarissa, oh man, I do not remember this mission very well, do I? There were two people who were on, it was the Asari Ark, right? One person, or the originally intended Pathfinder just dead? And Sarissa was next, yeah, Sarissa was next in line, but some of her actions and decisions and logic were highly questionable, if I remember correctly, where it seemed like the power had very quickly gotten to her head. And that's in large part why, when we had the choice of choosing either Sarissa or Vidaria here, we went with Vidaria. But I don't remember what exactly became of Sarissa. I'm pretty sure we fought her.
I haven't run into Sarissa yet. Do you know where she is?
I don't.
Or did she flee?
She took her weapons and armor and left without a word.
Okay.
Will she be alright?
I pray she will. Sarissa has a powerful spirit, but this hurt her terribly. I almost feel sorry for the next Ket she sees.
Okay. Let's see, and then what are you up to now that you are a Pathfinder?
What's your mission, now that you're a Pathfinder?
I'll be exploring and charting the Scourge. I want to drive the Ket out of their hiding places. Goddess willing, that data module will be worth the price we paid.
Drive the Ket out of their hiding places after previously talking about the Scourge. I mean, we have some suspicions that the Ket were the ones who unleashed the Scourge, but we have not really confirmed that. And we certainly have not confirmed that the Ket are coming from the places where there is Scourge. So that seemed odd, and I do wonder to what extent we should read into that statement, but okay, I mean, not that it's completely out of the blue. There are some things that we speculated, at least that the Ket are behind the Scourge. But that they're coming from the places where there is Scourge, that's a little more out of nowhere.
How does it feel to be back on the Nexus finally?
It feels... After living so long on an Ark that was falling apart, I'm not used to feeling safe. But I can breathe. See the people I'm here to help. This is home.
Okay.
Good luck, Pathfinder.
Goddess go with you.
Okay, I guess while we're here, we might as well speak with Tan. See if he has anything new to say.
How are things going with Ark Lucinia?
The Asari seem happy just to be alive. But the Nexus is running out of places to put them.
I know. The outposts can't come fast enough.
I mean, all the outposts are here.
Would they be willing to go back into stasis?
Oh, we've definitely heard this.
You get to ask them.
I see your point. Just double them up in whatever quarters we have.
Easier said than done.
Ryder, as I said before, you have more than proven your mettle as a Pathfinder. You stand on the threshold of greatness. If Meridian is everything you believe, our salvation is near.
That's strong words.
I always knew great things were in store for you.
It's definitely not true.
Did you have some other business?
No, I guess that's it.
That's all. Thanks for your time.
I'm here to serve.
A reminder to all personnel, overtime
Okay, now let's check in with Rika, who's of course the primary person we're here to speak with. If we could speak with her, that is. And, is it because they're in the middle of a conversation? Maybe that was why?
Ryder,
I was all distracted by how we couldn't speak with her.
I hear you're assisting Major Salem Varn's investigation into Dr. Adden.
You know Salem?
I met him once or twice. A remarkable agent, despite his age. Unfortunately, my attempts to aid him have stalled.
Okay. You have some relation to this.
What do you make of Salem's theory that someone betrayed your people?
It seems monstrous, but the more I consider it, the more the facts seem to fit. I've tried enlisting ARC leadership, those who woke first, but they've been busy, unhelpful, or both. Perhaps we should get creative.
Okay.
Hey, if we don't break the rules, who will?
One of the ARC officers who woke early, Rand Lawn, has an apartment here. If he's too busy to help, you could scan around, carefully, see what you can find.
Okay. So that's where we'll go with the next quest update on that. We'll just see if we can get a
Ryder, my hero.
more generic check-in with her.
We Solarians have a tough road ahead. It's hard to wake up to such loss. But we are not the first, just one of many. Is there anything on your mind?
Let's see. Was she the original Solarian Pathfinder? Because... Or did we think she was dead originally, and then we found out that she was actually still alive, and it was all just an elaborate plan to try to hide from the Ket temporarily? Because for whatever reason, when I think of her relative to the other Pathfinders, I think of, oh, Rika is more prepared, more trained, more capable than the other ones were, whereas the other ones were just kind of thrown in last minute. Maybe that also happened with Rika, but maybe she was actually planned to be the backup person, whereas in most of the other cases, people who became the Pathfinders were not. Or the person in the case of these, the person who was planned to be the backup Pathfinder, we said, thanks, but no thanks. So let's see, where do we start then? I guess, how are the Solarians? Keep it broad? Oh no, the classic what? No, we'll go with the Solarians first, then we'll go personal.
How are your people adjusting to life here?
We are resilient. Our lifespan is short, so we have a built-in drive to maximize every minute. Many of us are getting to the business of bolstering our numbers and looking for opportunities to settle worlds.
Bolstering your numbers?
I have a few select teams looking into the Ket. The better we know the enemy, the more prepared we'll be for whatever they throw at us next.
How are you bolstering your numbers, if not having kids? Which, as we've spoken about many times before, with other quests that focus entirely on that aspect, it's not exactly something that you just casually start, having a bunch of children in this new galaxy where you don't have the support systems in place to be supporting people who cannot directly contribute to the initiative for several years. Especially not when you have a whole line of people waiting to come out of cryo who are ready to immediately contribute as soon as they come out of cryo. So, yeah, that I feel like was just a little oversight, the way that was phrased. But let's see. All the other stuff, I guess, is more directly applicable to her.
How did you get involved with the initiative?
My claim to fame in the Milky Way was that I found a way to restore the biodiversity of my homeworld. For decades, we knew that the planet would soon be unable to sustain us, so I was something of a hero. My work caught your father's attention, and he, how shall I say, laid on the charm to enlist me for the initiative.
Oh, yeah?
Your father could be very charming when he wished.
Okay. First of all, that's like, okay, yes, sure, you improved the biodiversity of your planet, but that was just like very, very blanket statement-y, and didn't really mean much of it. Like, okay, I reintroduced one species to its native habitat. I have helped to restore the biodiversity of my planet. All right, apparently I'm the savior of this planet because I did that. Like, it's just, from a scientific perspective, it's just it doesn't really add up the way that she seems to imply that it would have added up. But so it sounds like she did know our father, and our father put on the schmooze.
What can you tell me about my father?
He was a friend, and what he shared with me was shared in confidence.
But
I can tell you, the Alec Ryder he showed to the world was but a sliver of the whole. He felt that to lead, he must project utter confidence. With me, he shared his fears and doubts, or at least a few of them. I considered that a great compliment.
Okay. Captain Hager? I don't remember who this is.
Is Captain Hager doing well?
Hager is training to be my successor, if or when the need arises. We lost so many of our leaders during our captivity. It's left several roles open to fill. Hager is a dedicated officer. The sky's the limit for him. He'd make a strong pathfinder.
Okay. Not anytime soon, I hope, but that is important.
You're not thinking of skipping out on us, are you?
Of course not. But life is a balancing act, and tipping points lurk around every corner. The better prepared he is, the smoother the transition.
Sure. That's why we were saying before that training successors is still important. What's your dream, though?
What is it you strive for? For you, I mean.
For me, all I've ever wanted is clarity. I devote much of my time looking in the mirror, trying to understand myself. Some might find it narcissistic, but in knowing myself, I can be true in the moment, with little self-interrogation. Ultimately, the motivation is to live a life free of regret. I have come close, thus far.
Okay, fair enough.
Nice talking with you, Reka.
I am at your disposal, Ryder.
Okay. So we've checked in with all the Pathfinders. You still over here?
Hello again.
You are, but we cannot speak with you. Beyond that passing comment. So, oh, we did level, but it's not really something we need to be terribly concerned about when we're on the Nexus at the moment. We need to go to one of the apartments, which generally means, I assume it's probably next to PB and or Spender's apartments in that area, which is in a different section. In the docking bay? Yeah. Okay. So I assume it's up there. Whoa. Okay, everything is right up there, apparently. We've had like 3 things in this spot. Or, no, okay. It must just... Yeah, anything on the 2nd floor, it shows as the staircase first. Then once we've gone up the staircase, then it shows us where it actually is. Gotcha.
These power outages make no sense.
Okay. Theoretically, we'll be scanning at some point, although we need to be discreet about it. Oh, it must be in here.
Locked.
You sure it's locked?
I may be able to hack this, Pathfinder.
Okay.
There may be additional clues, Pathfinder.
I mean, you said you may be able to hack it. And I just brute forced my way through. Were there additional things, though, that I could/should have looked to do first? Oh, this is where GN Garson got murdered. Controller did vibrate for a second there. That might just been because I was walking back toward that room. That's Spender's room. That's PB's room. PB. Hopefully you don't have anything.
Scanner is prepped, Pathfinder.
Oh. tied to this mission here. Yeah, okay. I think we just head straight in then. Huh, vibrated for a second there as well.
The Asari Ark has been recovered in deep space.
Hey dude, don't mind us. We have to hack it again? No.
And we're in. Definitely the apartment Reika mentioned.
Okay. This plant, extremely suspicious.
It's been watered recently.
A single fiber is caught on a leaf. It shows traces of novetamine.
A drug?
A neurodepressant reported in some Andromeda wildlife. This plant is not one of them.
So what you're saying is... what exactly? Cataloged photosynthesizing plants. Okay. Neodepressive compound. And the cotton fiber. A common plant seen throughout Helios' foreign material on one leaf. What about you? Food traces. Cooked approximately 8 hours ago. Appears to be trace remains of a recent meal. You didn't wash the dishes afterward. How dare you? Obviously there was something over there, but yeah, sure. That's next on the list. We'll check you out.
Password protected. Little help, Sam?
Accessing. It contains financial and personnel reports. However, the EM signature suggests data was recently cleaned.
Electromagnetic analysis of the hard disk shows significant deviations from projections on what? The monies? You said that was where financial transactions were recorded, so trying to suggest that this person's been doing some money laundering or something? Well, I mean, these illegal dealings with the cat. There's that. Footprints.
Freshly vacuumed.
Traces of dust still remain. Based on the Scourge radiation count, they came from a remote world.
So Rand Lon, or someone in his apartment, went exploring out there. Okay, something's fishy. Sam, can you work out which planet the dust on the floor came from?
I have a candidate. No record of any official visit. Once in orbit, I can approximate a nav point.
Oh! Might be an entirely new location. That's interesting. Let's check this terminal real quick, though. Cost-benefit assessment. 2 Rand from this person I don't think we've ever heard or seen about before. Here are the estimates you asked for, adjusted for current inflation on the Nexus. MTF? 12,400 credits? I don't know what any of these... Are these supposed to be stocks? Or something else entirely different? Congratulations again on the Parchero's safe return. But the same person? No, it's a different person. I appreciate even one reply. 12 invites in 12 days have kept me distracted. I hope those 3 junior staff are still accompanying you. It's probably simpler to book space for 12 on the commons and 4 on the mezzanine, plus 1 just in case. That way, if you need one more place, we're prepared. See you on the 18th. Not sure what that would be. What kind of invitation are we talking about here, you know? Prescription refill reminder. This is an automated reminder for this dude. Your prescription is ready to pick up from medical dispensary 2. Pickup code whatever. Auto-generated by MedMonitor DI. Not sure if we can actually use any of that, or if that's purely just flavor text. But, okay. Oh, hold on. It showed up green. Oh, because it's the thing that we've already scanned. Okay, so I think that should be everything here, then. Yep.
What are you doing in my apartment?
Waiting for something like this to happen.
Yes. You're the one who saved our Ark. What are you doing here?
I mean, he's a Solarian, so theoretically he should be smart and probably see through this. But we might try to pull a fast one on him. But there have been several occasions where we, like Spender's room, where we did some scanning, other times like that, where it felt like, you know, they're trying to make a big deal about, oh, you need to be stealthy, you can only pick so many things to scan before somebody's gonna catch you. And so I actually do like that on this occasion we finally did get caught in one of those situations. The hackers, of course, being one time where that's not exactly the way that it was set up, and obviously it didn't really work nearly as well on that occasion. In that case, yes, it was scanning, but it in truth, the structure was entirely different because the whole point was that you really didn't want to scan.
My fault. I'm visiting a friend and these doors all look alike.
You're quite obviously not here by accident. Now please, explain why you broke in, or I'll have to report this to the militia.
Okay, fine. You called our bluff. You have suspicious things, or I'm helping an STG agent. I mean, neither one of those sounds great. Neither one of those is gonna make you happy. I guess that.
First, explain why your console's been scrubbed, and why there's traces of a neurodepressant in here.
Probably because I visited the labs and I suffered a power surge. Shall I also explain my heart medication? My clan ornaments? You sound just like... Oh, wait. Did you get roped into another of Salen Varn's crusades?
What do you mean?
No, I won't spread rumors. You can go, but I wouldn't break into any more homes on Salen's advice.
Hold on. Sounds like there may be some additional juicy details.
If I've been misled, I should hear these rumors.
The Major is brilliant, but he's just been in STG too long. He's been bothering us with conspiracies since he woke up. It's common in retired agents. They can't navigate a world without espionage.
I see.
Look, let's forget this happened. For the Major's sake. Goodbye, Pathfinder.
Still got that planet identified, Sam?
Yes, Pathfinder.
Let's see why Rand or his friends are going to the middle of nowhere.
It is on Eldon, so it's not as if this is a totally new planet. And technically speaking, Eldon was the place where at least that mouse mission we suspected was located, although I'm really not feeling all that excited about having to explore the entirety of Eldon again, especially after that is something we did not that long ago, just to see if we happen across one random, generic outpost space area with enemies of the outcast variety at it. But before we do this, I'm pretty sure we've now done everything that we want to do on the Nexus, but we should probably double check. That's on the... Oh, right. That's Subi. We know that's going to be not the easiest thing to do, because Subi also wants to talk to us about this. But... Oh, we do have stuff on Aya as well to just turn in. It's also on Aya. Huh. This, we know, is not actually here. Okay, we have a few things on the Tempest, I suppose, as well. So yeah, I think we're good to head back in on this occasion.
Can we talk when you're free?
Yep, I know Subi wants to chat with us about several things, but some of those things we don't want to chat with her about yet. Some of those things we do want to chat with her about, but some of those things we want to delay as long as possible. So it was Lexi, right? Was one of the people we needed to speak with.
One bottle of Acantha, barely opened.
It's medicinal, you understand. Cuts down hangovers, which
Sure.
will save PB and Drax some grief.
Of course.
Thank you, Ryder. Would you ask Liam when we're doing this? I've got a couple of things to finish up.
Okay, I am curious because we've done a lot of the setup, And I would like to believe that we are close to being done with it at this point.
I'll let you get back to it.
So we also
I'll be here if you need me.
don't have a lot of time to continue running around. Final piece. Oh! Well, there's our answer. I mean, it really feels like it's supposed to be the sort of like the Citadel party for Mass Effect 3, where either it's the second to last thing you do just before you take on the final component of the main quest, or, you know, approach the point of no return, or in some cases, you could even do it after the main quest, or, well, I guess in Mass Effect 3 you can't really do that. But, people will deliberately reload older files after they've finished the main quest just to go back and finish with the party. So, I mean, that's... Obviously, we want to do it, but if/when we determine we are approaching /at the point of no return, assuming that we will reach that point while we're in the Tempest, perhaps that's our signal to go to Liam and initiate that. But the time is not just yet. I thought there was at least one more thing, though. Well, there's that, yes, which is on the Tempest. Wasn't there a few things on Aya? This still amazes me that there's an additional interview. I guess, yeah, as we were saying, maybe at the very end of the game, when we've actually finished the main quest, we still have an interview after that. Yeah, I guess that's it. For things on the Tempest. Oh, we had to go back to the Tempest for the quests that require that we travel to Eladin. So that's probably the other thing that we had in the back of our mind. And here's our confirmation from Liam. Wow. Movie night's an idea that picked up speed. Sounds like this will be even better than I had planned. Come by? Got a thought for one last finishing touch. Oh, Okay, now here, once again, phrasing. I guess that says the final piece, implying that there is still a piece we need to do before we're ready to initiate the movie night. So I don't want to do the movie night yet. However, if we do still need to purchase something from somewhere or something along those lines, then I would like to do that. So I'm going to save now, and I will reload that hard save. It looks like we're going to get locked into doing the actual movie night right now. So the game has not been great about sending clear signs for these types of things.
Let's enjoy a few movies. And everyone else says, no, let's have an extravaganza with all the trimmings.
You're complaining?
No. Well, maybe, because now I need to do it all justice. You got me a decent library, but I heard someone has a director's cut of Last of the Legion, the banned version, remastered, no crappy extras added for the Hannah.
And you want me to look for it?
It'd be the gold-dusted cherry on your sundae. In the meantime, I'll get things set. We're more than ready for a night in.
Okay, so in that case, it's on Kadara. Gotcha. Yes. So in that case, I think it... Clearly, there was still one other thing we need to do beforehand. And we actually, I think we did have another mission on Kadara. Why do we have an exclamation point on the docking bay? It's not like this is our first time seeing the docking bay. Okay. But I think we're still focusing on Eladin for... Well, I'm concerned that I'm going to forget about this. It's top of mind at the moment. I thought there might have been one extra thing on Kadara as well. Let's go to Kadara. We'll do Kadara. Okay. We'll head there. I think there's one thing in addition to the movie night stuffs. In fact, it might even be just a
Now orbiting Kadara.
Barrett Rush one. I think it might be a straightforward quest that we, for whatever reason, just haven't chosen to pursue just yet. Okay. So I assume that the thing we need to purchase is here in town. So we should do that now. Why can we? Oh, we can go through this. Okay, for a second I didn't see this spot. So we'll do this and then we'll head out. So I think it is out on the road where the actual other quest is. Huh?
Don't mind the dirt.
Okay, I'm assuming that you're the person who sells the item that we need and it's not actually a speck on the ground somewhere. There we go. Lasto 8. A Biotic Awakens, Last of the Legion. Special edition OSD of Last of the Legion, critically panned upon its release, but popular on Turian and military bases. I mean, if it's one of the Blast... Yeah, it must be a Blasto movie, right? It's Blasto 8. I'm all for it then. Okay, so now it seems like we are done with getting all the stuff for movie night. So we theoretically should be able to do that whenever we need. I'm not sure there's even a chance that the act of telling Liam that we now have that item might be enough to trigger it. I hope that's not the case, because I imagine that there might be other reasons why we want to talk to Liam, and we might, in the meantime, forget that we technically still have something to turn into him. So I am going to go to the slums, I think, so that we can actually get out to that other mission over here, which I think is a pretty much a simple, straightforward side quest that we just, as I was saying, for some reason we just didn't do it. Because we kinda, sorta, we did the vast majority of missions on most of the planets, but on a few occasions we left one or two here or there. And I think we just never came back to Kadara to do this last one. Let's activate it, though. You. Despite being called the Barrett Rush, we did not rush to do it. An exile named Dirk Nowitzki, I'm sure I said the same thing when we read his name before, hired us to check on a missing surveyor who was collecting barite samples in Drawler. I'm pretty sure this was a Solarian dude in the bar who asked us about this. Hold on. Technically get out here. Then we should be able to fast travel, because I imagine that's going to be the most efficient way to get to this spot. And yes, I vaguely recall that it was in this area. Okay. So let's do that. I think this is the only thing we have left on Kadara. There's always a chance that some of those additional tasks... Oh, it's this spot. I mean, some things never change. Okay. So, a little bit of experience from those guys who spawned every time I've been over here. Also, I'm pretty sure this is not actually a rich spot. We've also, every time we've gone here, realized this thing was popping up and not really had much of anything to scan. Yeah, see, that says depleted now. You're just lying to me. And that's probably why it's depleted, because every time, since you say it's rich, I think that it's worth pursuing, and it isn't. But alas. We are looking to head right, relative to where we currently are. So yeah, there's a chance that some of those additional tasks actually take place here on Katara.
The Outlaws built some kind of tech. They'll be looking to defend it.
Is that this
Get
here?
ready to fight.
Definitely been defending places before, of course, but this is just a random little spot. I was about to say, we did not get experience from that, which implied there were still more people there. But there's a sniper up here. Apparently he's over here instead. I know it looked like our melee was the thing that set off that explosion. I'm pretty sure it was not, though. I wish it was, but I'm pretty sure it wasn't. So yeah, I think most of those, if not all those additional tasks, do not take place here. But again, there are some of them that I really don't know about. So I could be wrong. Is it, yeah, let's go to this side. It looks like it might be that thing. Yeah, Drawler. Somewhere around here. Oh. Or we might have driven past it. My bad. In my defense, that guy distracted me. Wait, really? It's very much in the mountainside. Oh. Because it's over here. I'm not sure if we knew that this existed. Is that... this dude still following us? He is annoying me. I know we could have just gone in there and completely ignored him, but he was starting to annoy me. Okay. Now we head in. Yeah, as I was saying though, we've obviously driven past this spot on several occasions. But we hadn't picked that up. Those resources, which I feel like would have been a pretty obvious thing to do had we been here before, so perhaps we truly have not been here before. What could possibly go wrong? Surely, absolutely nothing.
This place is massive.
Detecting high levels of toxic gas. Proceed with caution, Pathfinder.
Oh!
Hey, I'm always cautious.
That's
It smells even worse in here than it does out there.
Close quarters.
Cautious is not a word I would generally use to describe my style of play. I'm assuming that means we're gonna have some areas where we have a hazard. Sometimes those types of places can be pretty nasty. Can we... okay, yes, we do have a map. Can't really tell much from that just yet, though. Here's some dudes. Hey, Real Core. How are you? chances that we instantly die upon stepping in the water. I mean, once upon a time, the water in Kadara was very bad. It's fine. It's totally fine. I kind of thought that was going to be like a corpse or something. And it's going to be like, okay, never mind, it's not fine. But it is fine. There's absolutely nothing to be concerned about. There's no reason at all for us to be worried at the moment. So we can all just take a deep sigh of relief and take it easy.
Let's see you deal with this.
I will admit, I don't know what they're getting all worked up about. I do see the red dots, but I don't see what the red dots are. Yeah, I now see what the red dots are referring to. Rude.
Is that a generator? What's it doing all the way out here?
It appears to be powering the floodlights.
Well, yeah, but who put it here? The surveyor?
That would be a lot of equipment for one man to carry.
Well, there's a data pad here. You say there's a generator? I guess this is the generator. It's just a little generator. It's not like that'd be a crazy amount for one person to carry. Whoever turned off the lights is a bum. Nearly broke my toe searching for the generator. Octown. Is that the name of the guy we're looking for? Okay, I think we just proceed. Hold on. Theoretically, it's supposed to be the way that we are currently looking. However, there might still be something over here. Like, more real core?
Try the other path.
Then we wouldn't have gotten this uranium or this container, which we totally did not need in either case, but now we know. Okay, this is the direction we're looking. No, that's the way we came from. That's why I double checked. This is the direction we're looking to go in.
Wow, this place is big.
There hasn't been much in here, though, thus far. Just those real core for the most part. I suspect that may change very soon.
Another generator.
And more lights. They lead to something?
Seems like, once again... Let's try going this little spot to the left here. It does seem quite small. It's a container with not so great salvage. That's the generator in question. Then let's try going up here. I mean, you always have to go in the opposite direction that they're telling you to go in, right? Just to see what's over there. Maybe it's just loot, sure. But you never know until you check.
Welcome.
And Rainbow Dragon, thanks for the follow. Hope you're enjoying the stream. We're checking out whatever the heck is going on here.
We're not completely closed in.
On Kadara. We are very close to the end of our campaign. It seems that looks important. Both of those things look very important. Okay, now, maybe this is one of the few occasions on which the exact thought that I was having and statement that I was making is not true, and that we actually should go in the direction that it's telling us to go in, because we may now be jumping the gun and going here and doing some things that we are not yet supposed to do.
You hear that?
This is clearly something over here. My question is just, are we accidentally doing things in the wrong order, skipping some stuffs, like going here first? I mean, this obviously looks like it's going to open up into a pretty huge area. What are we technically supposed to do here is travel to the last known location. So what I'm expecting, I guess, for us to see as we go here, and, you know, there's some, like, the guy isn't there, but he has one of his belongings is over there, and one of our, Sam says, oh, well, you know, we should look elsewhere to see where he ran off to, and that's ultimately going to lead us here. So maybe we do actually double back real quick. And actually go the direction that it's telling us to go. On this one rare occasion.
This was the surveyor's last known location.
I mean, we're definitely going to get ambushed by enemies, don't get me wrong. That much is definitely going to happen.
That him?
Yep.
The surveyor. Who did it? Outcasts? Collective? Random exiles?
Gravity.
What?
Huh?
He broke his neck, probably from trying to obtain barite samples.
Better than being murdered.
Sam, download his data. We can at least deliver that.
Enemies now? Huh. Okay. Well, obviously we can turn that in at some point, but now it seems as though we might as well check what the deal is with this other direction, and maybe I was making it out to be more than it actually is, but I mean, this does look like it could be much bigger than that section we were just in. Which makes me think there'd be a fair bit of stuff here, but who knows? This is the right way, okay. That's because I have not seen this yet, so I was second guessing myself. Collective base. Okay. Oh, actually, that's the big room. I want to go to the little room first. Which is, this is so disorienting. It is here. Okay. This is the little spot I want to check. Lithium container. Low value loot. But what does this data pad say? Report generators. Generators are fixed. Again. Links. Huh? I mean, now we know there's a collective base over here. So, that's presumably the collective who were doing that. Who were technically... Oh, no. Oh, hold on. No, the collective is not the group that we were allied with. It is a group that we knew next to nothing about. This is on PC. I am using an Xbox controller for what it's worth, but I am playing on PC. Because one of my biggest criticisms of Kadara specifically, and of, by extension, of the game as a whole, maybe not quite as high up on the list, but it's in the probably the top 5, was the whole collective versus outcasts setup on Kadara, where we just had next to no build-up on the collective side of things. So it's like, here, you can either side with the enemy you know, these outcast people who are jerks, but you've spent a fair bit of time with them at this point, and Kadara Port is run by them, so there's that. Or this collective group that a few people have mentioned in passing, but you know basically nothing about. You've fought a random group of collective twice, maybe? Oh, hey, by the way, dramatic reveal, it's the leader of the collective. Now you need to immediately decide if you want to side with him, even though you still know basically nothing about his group. Okay, I don't know. So, maybe we suspected, or I wondered if it was just coincidence. Maybe we were unlucky in that we did things on Kadara in such an order where there was just one side of Kadara that was dedicated to the collective, and we just hadn't happened to have gone there yet. So we just didn't get the developments on the collective that we would have otherwise gotten. And maybe this is that spot. So, I mean, I'm not exaggerating when I say...
Sam, what's inside the cages?
Uh-oh.
Judging from the scratching, Hardy.
Okay. I'm not exaggerating when I'm saying that we fought 2 random groups of them, and that's about it.
Sam, what were they doing with the Adhi?
It appears the collective are attempting to domesticate the creatures.
And how's that going?
Aggression levels are lower than what we've seen in the wild, but I wouldn't recommend opening the cage.
I mean, it's not going to stop me from trying. That was interesting. Okay, apparently there's nothing of particular interest in this corner, though. There may or may not be Adhi that come out of there at some point, though. So yeah, honestly, I wanted more than just fighting additional collective, and more than just random generic encounters with them. I wanted actual, meaningful plot development that described more about who are the collective, what do they do, why did they break off from and differentiate themselves from the outcasts. And we just never got that. So it was basically a matter of them trying to make... Oh, Lynx is the name of the person who we saw a device from. Oh, Drac went down to that grenade. One moment, please. A predator. Whew. Oh, man. But we had no explanation of any of the important details. Ow. How did you...
Watch the grenade!
There's nothing over here. How did you die, veteran? They have a pariah as well. Okay. But we didn't even know. Do they have the same types of enemies as the outcasts do? Because we basically just popped out of the Kadara slums. And one time, there was a small group of collective out there. And that was about it. Which just seemed so strange. They were trying to make a big deal about... Oh, everyone else is dead. That's not great. They were trying to make a big deal about the collective. And there was just no information based... Oh, Petra's alive. Didn't we make an upgrade? Didn't we do an upgrade a little while ago that... Oh, that's not great. That made it so that Drac automatically revives himself after a certain amount of time? It's a pretty long amount of time. But I'm actually kind of curious to see if we leave him there. He might eventually get himself up. It does feel like that's what Vetra did on a few occasions. That was an interesting ragdoll. Also, this is a bad place for us to be standing right now, in case you're wondering. Hello, friend. Oh, that's naughty still. Yeah, there are a lot of enemies here. It's kind of strange how they're coming out in that it doesn't feel like there's ever a whole lot of them simultaneously. And yet, they always seem to come back. Hello. Feels more like they're respawning. Speaking of which, Vetra is now down. We're truly by ourselves now. Unless that was Vetra who automatically brings herself back? But I don't think that was the case. That might also be the first time I've ever seen an enemy use an ice skill. Ow. Yeah, we should really bring back some squad mates. Please don't do that. I mean, I'm pretty certain that you're a particularly strong enemy, so I don't really want to be walking right up next to the pariah, but... Hey, friends.
Here they come!
It really feels like they just keep on spawning indefinitely. Okay, we'll get Drac over here. Is there a specific place that we need to go to stop them from spawning or something? At this point, I wouldn't rule that out. So we've killed probably 20 of them or more. Ow! Over the course of this encounter. Okay. Our Drac is severely injured, but he's not. His health is just red. Now I will try to get Vetra if I don't fall down here. Okay, really? Okay, I did kind of jinx myself on that one, but there we go. Oh, hello. Yep. I was gonna say it was a long time we were waiting in one spot, and they did not seem to do anything about it. It's only a matter of time before they closed in. I think you're a little more than just wounded. Okay, we'll fire our weapon. Sure. If you insist. Excuse me, sir. I'm just trying to... yeah, someone did try to nuke me. Or rather, grenade me. Fortunately, they aren't breaking out the Cobra missiles. If they were doing that, then we'd have a different thing to be concerned about altogether. I did want to make that jump. Right, am I crazy in thinking that there may truly be fewer of them now than there were before? Are we actually starting to take them out now? Are they all dead? Because wow, that was a lot of enemies. Yeah, I thought I might have seen one of them use a cryo beam or something like that. But yeah, we're mostly cloaking, flaming to prime and deal a bunch of damage with the damage buff from cloak, and then when possible using energy drain to detonate for fire explosions. Theoretically there should be a bazillion remains for us to loot. Don't even know if I saw an experience number pop up, which usually is the case after fighting groups of enemies, and with that many enemies you would think you would have gotten very large amount. But maybe not. Oh, whoop. No, okay. Never mind, we will not be going up. Okay, we may be mostly done with the looting part. As for figuring out what's actually going on here, as this is not technically tied to the quest we were just doing. It's in the same location, yes, but at the moment this is just kind of a random freestanding collective outpost. Personal log, Aquila. New entry. Took a while, but this place is really coming together. We've got ourselves a proper hideout down here, and the shuttles keep coming. No idea how the charlatan finds all this salvage. Eladin, maybe? I hear they've gone tons of scrap. Still, that's a long ways to bring sheets and metal and supplies, but hey, not my credits. So, Okay, those are additional remains that are on the other side of this wall. Basically, what I wanted to see from the Collective was more... I mean, fights with them, not a huge deal, but more than just 2 random, coincidental, generic encounters would have been nice. But more importantly, conversations with people who were Collective, like...
Didn't peg the Collective as gardeners.
Oh. Like, obviously, there's the charlatan, and that was the whole thing. But beyond just the charlatan...
Caution. This plant is highly noxious, Pathfinder.
Oh.
Damn. I was hoping for Helios' version of tulips.
The Collective most likely used it to make poison.
Okay. Shares properties with death caps. Highly toxic mushroom, lethal upon ingestion. It is strange that this is not associated with any quest. I do wonder if maybe... But basically, the game should have forced us to come here, and also forced us to come to an outpost location before resolving the outpost versus Collective, because we had no information about the Collective when we had to make that decision, is what I'm getting at. Cryo beam in single player, normally one of the only cryo powers you can use, except for if you have multiplayer powers in single player, then you would have snap freeze. Yeah, there... And we actually... Oh, speaking of which, we do have some points that we have not yet spent. There's... So at this point, we've basically spent all the points that we feel the need to spend for our build. There was a time when we were throwing some additional points into tech skills, like Invasion, which I don't think we ever really planned on actually using, just for the sake of giving ourselves additional tech buffs. But yeah, there is Cryo Beam here. There is Cryo Beam here. So theoretically, that is possible. Technically, if we wanted to, there are some achievements that require that you have specific skills. I think Throw has at least one, if not a couple, of achievements based on this. It's like throwing one enemy into another enemy. Oh, there's a multiplayer, or there's a mod to put multiplayer powers into single player. Gotcha. We played a tiny bit of multiplayer, but we do plan to do that more after we finish the campaign, which we're pretty close to doing. Lance, I think, was another skill that has some achievements associated with it. Oh, I think Incinerate, actually, did as well. There's definitely one for Throw that is Throw-specific, I think. It's throw an enemy into another enemy like 10 times or something like that. So I'm sure it would be easier to do if we had things like a radius to it and more force to it. I don't know if we really need... I don't really have a lot of context in Andromeda to know just how significant 850 newtons of force is. 1,000 is usually the key threshold, at least in Mass Effect 3. So getting up to 20% additional force would probably be a pretty big deal. Maybe we do. Whoops. Go there. And that means we do not yet have enough points to do the other stuffs. Oh, whoops. I also canceled out of that. Not that that was terribly difficult for us to reallocate. I, once again, almost tried to spec the 4th power, which we certainly cannot afford at this stage. Okay. So... yeah, it's weird that this is not a quest. Maybe there was a quest, and because of the order in which we did other things, it just doesn't work. Maybe you can only come in here if you side with the Collective, and we obviously didn't do that. Even though I actually like the Collective more than I like the Outcasts, and would have preferred to have sided with the Collective. But again, that was just a terribly... one of the worst missions, setup-wise, writing-wise, in the game. In my opinion. Can we go up there in some of the other rooms? We went into one of these places, right? But can we go whoop, up here? I don't think we went in here yet. We definitely didn't. What's this? Holding cells. Username Crux. I mean, we know that there are those crates with a bunch of Adi in them. Is that going to release them?
Let's see what's inside.
Okay. Not sure what was inside. Lock holding cells. Unlock these. Oh, wait, what? New batch of recruits are headed your way. Put octans on them. You did well with the last bunch. Lock holding cells, unlock holding cells. That does have the icon next to it for what would usually indicate a quest. Okay, now we can go in. What?
Holy shit.
Do we have here?
That's one way to cover your tracks.
Because that's not good. But there's definitely relevant data. I disagree.
Each was killed by a single blast to the back of the head.
So they were executed. No surprise there.
Okay. Human, Krogan, Turian. Hold on. Where'd it go? No vital signs. Cause of death, shots to the head. Post-mortem bruises suggest they were beaten over a significant course of time before death. So yeah. This should have been a quest. And it also should have been required before the quest that resolved the whole pick the collective or pick the outcasts. Which I don't remember how much build there might have been to that, but it was just so one-sided where everything we learned was about the outcasts and nothing was about the collective. Obviously, some things were with the charlatan, who we didn't know at the time was the charlatan, but the whole thing was that we didn't know that it had anything to do with the collective, so we weren't really contextualizing anything that was happening with the collective, so we had no way to form an informed opinion on the collective until you forced us to make an opinion on a timed decision, which just made no sense. Yeah, I mean, we're far enough along with the playthrough right now that I'm not too concerned about modding anything in like that. And generally speaking, since this is my first playthrough of Andromeda, and I'm doing it blind and what have you, just going for an authentic experience of the base game and not really looking to modify it for that reason as well. But even if we did, I don't think we'd have much time to tinker with it anyway, experiment with the mods. It's no longer safe here. The representatives will join the charlatan at an undisclosed location. The rest will stay here and clean up any loose ends. Crux. So in some respects, this is sort of like what I was asking for before we had the encounter with the whole choose collective or outcasts. I still think even if this were something that was required preemptively before that happened, it still probably wouldn't have been enough. Just such a major stumbling block because it had a lot of potential. That's what really hurts. Is what makes it feel that much worse is that it had a lot of potential, there was a lot of build up to it, and then it just fell so unbelievably flat. That I was very disappointed in that. One of the reasons why Kadara was and may still be my least favorite planet. So that was kind of supposed to be the main thing about this place. That struggle between the two groups. I was gonna say, I'm kind of just running through here and hoping that this happened to be the right... No, this is definitely the dead end that just had uranium and that crate. It might be best to actually check our map here. Okay, well, it is the direction I'm currently pointed in. Oh! You weren't here before. where did our friends go? Guys. I mean, fine. We'll take them on by ourselves, but... Not that I appreciate that you abandoned us there. What? Above us? Is there something else that's currently attacking us? Guess not. Makes platinum easier to do if you make those mods and what have you. Yeah, I mean, we're still just very early stages. Oh. Let's do this? Question mark.
That's it for now.
You guys want to just, like, poke them ever so slightly so that I can do this and kill him while we're still hovering? Yeah, so we're just starting out. Excuse me. We're just starting out with multiplayer and have really not done much until we're done with the campaign, then we can spend more time on it. But likewise with that, you know, not trying to rush it, not trying to force the issue or anything like that. So, you know, I'm fine with just taking things at their usual pace and embracing, you know, the time at the beginning where, sure, you have low-level characters, low-level weapons, and weapons, limited characters, but that's part of the fun. It's just discovering what it's like to play Andromeda multiplayer. Because it's been a long time coming. Okay, we need to return to Dirk. Yeah, we do have a lot of mission funds, though. Which, or at least... we did have a lot of mission funds to get some ultra-rare unlocks. I guess... ultra-rare weapon unlock was so expensive that... we weren't able to do too many of those before we ran out of monies. But, I mean, those are usually the really tough ones to get. Yeah, this is the guy that I thought it was who gave us this request. It is Mr. Nowitzki.
Found your surveyor. He broke his neck getting barite samples.
Good surveyors are hard to find. Hope you retrieve the samples.
Here you go.
Wonderful. Here are your credits. You earned them.
Okay. Mission accomplished. What? What was that all about? Okay, so that's done. Then... that was on Eladin. Do we have anything else here? Oh, this is completed. Well, don't look there. I feel like there was one of these that was on Kadara, now that I think about it. Is that here? Hold on, let's briefly pop back out. You do not give us any indication of where that might be. Okay, well, so be it then. Yeah, I mean, like I said, I'm not really concerned about, you know, accelerating, speed running our way to completing the manifest on Andromeda. We, as I said, we had a bunch of mission funds. We, in doing so, got a couple, I think, of the rewards that gave us the guaranteed ultra-rare weapon. And we got a level 1 ultra-rare, at least on one occasion, that was really useful. like, one of the strongest weapons in the game. So it's like, okay, you know, this suddenly can be our go-to weapon in just about any situation. Yeah, I say speed running, air quotes, not speed running by the textbook definition, but okay, I think we are done. Oh, the other thing was the movie night item. That's the other thing that we were doing here. Okay. And possibly the whole scan corpses thing, but we don't have confirmation where that is, and I don't remember. Okay, Suvi's gonna say she wants to talk to us.
Got a minute?
She wants to talk to us, because we have multiple things related to Suvi here. But what we really want is this one on Eladin. And there was that question of, do we hang around trying to do whatever we need to do to get the last thing about this mouse guy, which I think was on Eladin where that was based. Fairly certain of that. Let's see, so that means we're headed this way. Okay, so let's head over.
We're on course.
And at a minimum, I think we'll be looking to do this mission here, of course, but there's that question of, do we stick around to try to do that more open-ended one, which is, I'm still on the fence about. Yeah, we have done and still do a lot of Mass Effect 3 multiplayer. So that's where I've sort of been coming from it, is, or at least that's the obviously the closest comparison I have to Andromeda multiplayer, and there are, I feel like, a lot of skills and general principles that still carry over from one multiplayer to the next, from what little experience I have thus far of the Andromeda multiplayer. Obviously, there are still differences, still new characters, still new weapons and all that stuff, still new things that I need to learn, am in the process of learning, or have not started learning yet, but let's see. But that's, you know, that's fine. That's a flap. Oh! Okay, this is interesting. Because we were in Kadara very recently, and we went exploring this alcove back here. There was a quest like up here, and we had said to ourselves, you know, maybe there's something over in this remote corner, but it's pretty unlikely. At this point, it seems like we've gone to all the places where there's going to be anything significant, and technically, we talked about how there are a few little gray areas here and here, but we didn't really suspect there'd be anything important for us to do there. But no, apparently, right in that spot, that we specifically mentioned this spot here, and it turns out, yes, indeed, there is something. Granted, might not have been able to do anything about it before until we got to this point in this quest, but anonymous message suggests sinister motive. Yeah, okay, we know about that. The worm dude is in this area. It's like right around here usually, so just to not deal with that might travel to that one, even though it might be slightly further away. And who knows, maybe the last spot for the mouse dude is over here as well. That would be lovely. It's probably wishful thinking, but it would be lovely. Mode. It's a little hard to tell exactly what angle we're working with when we're in the sand dunes that look so similar, but alas. So we technically have not. Let's see. Not gone to any of that stuff that's straight east of here. Oh, that might be because of this. Might not be a coincidence that we hadn't been to that specific spot. Because unless we can drive up this thing, it's not exactly possible to go there. You know I have to try now. You know I have to try. Okay, no, I'm pretty sure it can't be done. That would explain why there was a large section that we hadn't been to. Oh no, technically it's further east than that. It's more like this area over here. I just saw, yeah. Could this be the spot we need? You never know.
Captain, let's introduce ourselves.
It would be amazing if it was. There's a lot of enemies here. For some reason, those dudes are fighting each other. Is this one of those outcast versus collective situations? I may have blown something up. That is, I think, exactly what we need. We may have happened across it very quickly. So here's a good example of exactly what we didn't have in Avarl in that case. That seems to have been the last enemy. Because in Havarl, since we had explored every section of the map, we had no indication of which sections we might still need to go to find the quest item that we needed. Whereas in this case, on Eladin, there was one or, you know, maybe tiny little other smaller areas elsewhere where we had not yet been to. So if there were a place to look for the one quest item that we'd not yet found, for the one random encounter that we'd not yet done, then it would be in those places, and that's where they ended up being. Because this is, I believe, the last little mouse updates we need. Been on the run for 2 weeks. Every time I stop somewhere to rest, tragedy finds me. First, my crawler died. Then the worm nearly tore me apart. Last night, I was almost skinned alive by a Taxia's gang. Can't stay anywhere more than a few hours. Is it true? Did Little Mouse really curse me? I feel like I'm losing my mind. I'm escaping to the only place I know he and his people can't find me. Wish me luck.
Pathfinder, I've completed the nav point from these fragments, updating your interface.
Let's go.
Okay. So now we actually can go. Let's activate that real quick. See where that is while we're at it. Obviously, we are probably about to do the bigger mission. So that is presumably, or we know it's very close by, whereas... Where did that go? Did that go pop up under Eldon now? Okay, yes it did. No, that's for Aya still. So where is that spot, Sam? Gonna give me an icon, or do I need to find that mission somewhere buried in our log. It was under additional tasks. Wildlife, scavenger bodies. It's not that. It's not that. It's not that. So where is it? What the heck? Wouldn't be under one of the other planets. Not under that. What the heck? I mean... So it's some quests do this, some quests don't. Some quests give you a spot to go to, other quests do not. It just so happens that basically every quest that we've done today has been of the kind that does not tell us where we're supposed to go, which has been incredibly frustrating. It's one thing to have it happen once or twice, spread out across a playthrough. Even that, I would argue, you know, why not just tell us where these things are? Just poor design. But to have to do all of them in quick succession is painful. But this is the bigger quest that we knew about.
These are the approximate coordinates extrapolated from the Solarian apartment.
Maybe they picked something up.
There's sand traps all over. Let's look under the surface.
Sand traps? What do you mean? Sand traps. Care to explain? Like mines? I've certainly seen mines on a few occasions. The kind that we have to shoot before we approach. But I don't see any here, so I don't think that's what you're referring to. There's a container over there. Oh, yeah, that's just for loot. It's not the quest item. The quest item would be these footprints.
Something was here, then dragged that way.
Okay. And we could just go to that question mark, which I'm pretty sure is going to end up being the thing that we're looking for. But sure. We'll follow the footprints that coincidentally are leading us straight toward it. What is that sound? The worm way over there?
Scavengers. I'd be careful. Out here, they're dangerous.
The trail leads right to them.
Now, can we just bring the Nomad? Rather than walking over there, which is still relatively far away, and then having to walk back to get the Nomad later on, because that will be kind of annoying. There's a lot of them. There are a lot of them. Well, most of them are Audi. There's still a lot more where those came from. Yeah, you don't say. They do also have conveniently located explosive containers over here. There we go. Hello. Track! Also, we're about to get pretty significantly hurt here. Maybe instead of messing around with the gimmicky achievement attempts, I'm gonna kill enemies while we're flying around. Hey, there is a firing squad over here, for what it's worth.
They hit Vetra!
They definitely did. You're not wrong about that. Now they are all dead. And by they are all dead, I mean all of our squad mates are dead. Okay, so previously, we were talking about how we thought that we gave Drac an upgrade that helped him revive himself. Or maybe it's only when he has his Blood Rage active? Because we deliberately left him down for a little while in the previous collective encounter just to see if he would revive himself, and it didn't seem to happen. That time he definitely did do just that. These guys are there. Still. They're still flying in. Oh, you're directly in front of me as well. Okay, I did not realize that. Like, they are still spawning. I'm pretty sure we saw someone spawn in. So it's kind of weird. Yes, that is a way to make the encounter more difficult, yes. Mostly I'm just trying to do that. Like this time, Drac's been down for a while, and he has not come back up. Ow. Ow. Please stop shooting at me. Hello, Audie. Who's somewhere over here? Maybe not the best time to do that. Especially when we're about to get sniped by this dude and nearly kill us. Stop running! You made me shoot my weapon. Nobody makes me shoot my weapon. Okay, fine, we'll do this even though our cloak is probably gonna run out first. Possibly, maybe. Wow. Wow.
Wait. Is that Salem? Wait. Is that Salem?
Okay, was this a never-ending encounter until Ryder finally decided to make that observation? Because that would explain a lot. That would explain why, at this point, we've fought nigh on 50 enemies. That's probably a slight exaggeration, but not by much. Okay, this is a bad time to be doing this. Should be doing that first, really. Now, obviously, should be a little bit easier as we don't have as much attention on us specifically. And perhaps now. What the heck? Perhaps now they will not continue to respawn. There's definitely a kill streak in multiplayer, for what it's worth. Get Petra up. Yes, we should. We should. Just like, I get it. You have a lot of enemies. Can you just have them stop respawning though? Like like that's another guy who just came in. Let me know more on this side. Is there specifically something that we're?
Is that Salem?
Is there something that I'm specifically supposed to do here? Or do the enemies who are continually spawning directly on top of me like that, do they eventually stop? At some point. Ow. Rude. Rude. Oh! Incredibly rude.
Wait. Is that Salem?
close to breaking out what might be our first missile. Not that that's going to make a huge difference. These enemies just respawn indefinitely. Like that. You just saw that guy respawn directly in front of us. What? What is happening? This can't be supposed to happen like this. This is absurd.
Wait, is that Salen?
Like, I get it. Observation. Big reveal.
Wait, is that Salen?
Like, at this point, we have legitimately killed 50 enemies here. Something feels very wrong. If Ryder repeats that line. Is there some object here that we're supposed to interact with or something? Some way that we stop this infinite loop? Because right now it's an infinite loop. They just keep on respawning there, directly on top of us. Like that. Just you're seeing all of them spawn in over there. There's no indication that this ever ends. Besides Ryder's comment, but he's made that numerous times. Like every time we kill an enemy, they respawn over there. What are we supposed to do? Because this looks like it's some kind of bug. Because there's no sign of this ever ending. Okay, we'll loot the container. I'm mostly looking for, is there some kind of like quest item we can interact with? But there isn't. So it's not as if there's some last enemy.
He's hanging in there.
Oh my
Pass
god.
the meta, Joe. Let's get him back on his feet.
How many enemies was that? Surely that was not supposed to happen that way. Surely that is not correct. It was pretty darn close to 100, if not 100 enemies. That was crazy. I don't know why that happened. Is that like level scaling or something? Or because we're a high level, it just gave us enemy after enemy? That dictates how many times the enemies respawn? It's like, I get it. Throw a lot of enemies in a difficult encounter, sure. But at least give some indication of progress. So that it doesn't just look like the game is stuck in an endless loop. I don't care if the way in which the game scales difficulty is by throwing more respawns at you. At a certain point, you've gone too far. And that was definitely too far. Okay, there is the dude. Did we just not get close enough to that guy specifically? We went around here, maybe not like directly on top of him. But Ryder said, hey, there's the dude. Like 10 times. I'm tempted to go back and try to count, because it is ridiculous how many enemies were in that counter. But okay, now we can finally talk to you.
Salen, what happened to you?
Salen? Very familiar for our first real meeting.
Not funny, Solarian.
I contacted you, hoping one of my suspects would do something reckless, and unfortunately, he did.
Huh?
I imagine I was supposed to vanish out here while he used my cloak device. Any assailant you met was Dr. Adden in disguise.
Wait, he asked me to analyze leads that could implicate him.
Let me guess. Adden asked you to scan those leads. I suspected the traitor was hiding messages on optical encoders. Those messages were the real proof I needed, but a powerful scanner like yours would wipe them. Adden used you and my investigation to cover his tracks. Canny bastard.
Okay, so, not gonna lie, you lost me a little bit there. But my attention may have been waning a bit. But it sounds like both of them tried to deceive us in some way. Someone was... The guy who we were helping before was pretending to be someone else and is really a bad dude, is what I did gather from that.
I feel like you and Dr. Adden are taking turns yanking my strings.
Then who was Adden's puppeteer? Everything comes back to our arc. Adden didn't have the clearance to alter logs or affect the nav computer, yet he's obviously guilty. I suspect Adden is the front man for a conspiracy involving the Ket. He's the key to blowing it open.
Right, that was actually the underlying theory that got us here in the first place. I mean, now we have to pick sides? I'm too tired to make a make a logical decision on this, and that is why I was not paying close enough attention when you said that. So I am not sure what the correct answer is here. Do we trust this guy or do we trust the other guy? Both of you are pointing a lot of fingers at the other person and other people in general. So I don't know. After having about 100 enemies stopping us from getting to this guy, maybe we side with this guy, because that was that was an experience that we just went through. And you know, if those guys were all trying to kill this dude, then clearly this dude is pretty important.
Right. Except Adden got rid of anything we had on him, and I'll bet Rand Lon has disappeared.
Adden. He forgot the dart he poisoned me with. Still in there, with the ballistics intact. Contact Adden, feign ignorance, and ask for a meeting. I'll be there to arrest him.
We'd need somewhere to meet Adden. Somewhere neutral.
There are caves on Kadara that might be suitable.
We were just at Kadara! Why do we have to... Why? Why do you turn this into a runaround all over the place quest when that is totally unnecessary? Okay. Fine. Fine! And it's nothing like, what was it, Contagion? Which had us go absolutely everywhere. But at least we have actual things to do in the various locations. And it wasn't just a, go here, because why not? Where did the Nomad go? Oh. It was over there. Right, that one, the Contagion one, was egregious. Possibly the worst runaround quest I've ever seen in any game. It was atrocious, and the conclusion as well was pretty... left a sour taste in my mouth as well. So that I believe right now probably still stands as public enemy number 1, as the worst quest in Andromeda, but we've had a few that have been pretty bad for several reasons, and I mean this one isn't really up there. So as I said, this is not nearly on the same level, so don't really need to be concerned about that. But however, the whole, hey, we found the last thing you need to track down that little mouse dude, but it doesn't tell us where little mouse is. That really frustrates me, because that is like the 4th time that's happened to us tonight. Something like that. So, you know, and the quest just disappeared. So, I was about to say, we've done basically everything here, so we don't need to worry about it, unless it's on a different level, maybe? Different elevation? Wait. Hold on. Deactivate this for a second. Map. No. No icon. No icon. Like, what is the logic? From a design standpoint, what is the logic behind giving us a quest and then having it disappear from our log before we actually finish it and not telling us where we're supposed to go? What is the logic behind doing that? Because all it does is make it almost impossible for us to finish this quest. For no logical reason. There's no benefit to having done that.
Outlaw camp.
So what are we supposed to do? Are we supposed to run around every last square inch on Eldon? See if we happen to come across this one spot? Because we did that several times on Havarl. And I do not have the patience nor the forgiveness to do that multiple times. Because fool me once, that's one thing. But do it repeatedly, and that's another thing altogether.
Look at that one. Died a while ago.
Scanning may yield results, Pathfinder.
Yeah, but did we randomly happen across the specific spot that we needed to go to?
Pathfinder, this disease was transmitted through ingestion of animal tissue. I've targeted the source to a single location. Updating your interface now.
Okay, this was another random quest that we were trying to do before that we couldn't do because it wouldn't tell us where it was. We did happen across it, it's not the same one. But, okay. As long as you actually tell me where we're supposed to go. Don't force me to search blindly across the entire game for the quest. This is not... I'm not asking much. I'm really not asking much. This is one that we had pretty much written off, though. Is it possible for us to make it happen? It may be. It may be. There's no good fast travel spots, so I guess we're just doing this. This is right in the heart of where the worm is. Like, surely no one would intentionally design a quest that way, right? Who would intentionally make it so that you don't know where you're supposed to go? So it's theoretically here-ish. Supposedly. We probably had to go to this spot for setting up the vault, but this is technically something distinct from that.
Pathfinder, I detect radiation in these creatures. It may be the source of the disease.
They have to be getting it from somewhere. Let's look around.
Okay. Ow. Who did that? Getting hotter. You? Oh, colder. Is it this mineral? This cadmium. It must be it. Oh. Hold on. This guy, maybe this guy. Donde? This.
Pathfinder,
This.
I detect a high concentration of radiation from these canisters. I have adjusted your Omni tool to nullify the radioactive material.
Okay, that's convenient. Meanwhile, there are absolutely still enemies around here that Drac is dealing with.
Pathfinder, the radiation source appears to be properly contained. Carriers have been eliminated.
Did we stop the disease from spreading?
It will not reach colony residents. I will relay our data to the Nexus so they can take preventative measures.
Okay. Mission accomplished, it seems. And again, that was a quest that we had been starting to just kind of write off. So in that sense... Excuse me, Vetra. In that sense, that is a bit encouraging, and that is not even one that I don't think I had any idea which planet that was on. So even the additional tasks list is now growing quite short. That one we know we're just waiting for. This one we thought we had done, but apparently not, and I am now probably never gonna make a point of doing this. Assuming that the thing that we thought we were working toward was this on Havarl, but maybe that was just a red herring all along. This we thought was on Eos. Then it wouldn't show us where it was, unless maybe I was activating the wrong one. I don't know. And I have no idea where this is. So I might just look up what planets those are on. To give us some basis to do those quests, because otherwise, you know, it's going to be like this where, alright, there's a chance we randomly happen across it, but otherwise, it's pretty much going to have to be us settling for leaving that incomplete. But yeah, I mean, you're not wrong, but you're also not right. Because we were really looking for the little mouse dude. That's what we were focusing on. And we have no way of knowing where he is. Not only that, we also don't even have a quest to mark it. So we may not even remember going forward that is a thing that we have yet to actually complete, unless, you know, you find all the items to theoretically show you where this little mouse dude is, except that
I think that's it.
There isn't actually a major quest that builds up to. It's all just a ruse.
Pathfinder, this area can be mined for resources.
You're not wrong about that.
Via your mining interface.
I do not remember that silicon was a really bad resource, though. Had I remembered that, I probably would not have done that scan. ESO is obviously better.
It still weirds me out to see the Scourge like that. Should we check it out?
Well, I'm pretty sure we've been there before. Little mouse. Little mouse. I don't know if we have any way of finding where you are now. Unless you happen to be in one of these random little drop ships. But I highly doubt that.
Let's do this!
Excuse me, please don't sidestep my flame.
That was fun.
So, I mean, at least for the moment, we may very well need to just... may just need to head out and basically treat the mouse mission the same way we were saying we might treat the other ones. I do remember this spot. It's the place where we had those absolutely amazing NPCs that followed us all the way across the map. Rest in pieces. You'll never be forgotten. So, yeah, but we might forget about the mouse mission. But I think we do need to head back now and speak to the imposter in Kadara's caves. We should go do that. Frustrating that we were just at Kadara. And would have been nice to have lumped this in with all those Kadara missions, but alas. What can you do? The game has insisted on us jumping all over the place. Suvi's gonna say she wants to chat.
Can we talk when you're free?
Not yet. Not yet, Suvi. Not yet. Because we must head back to Kadara now. Like, are we just done with that mission? There actually isn't a concluding encounter? I had assumed there was, and it felt like it was building up to that. Because Sam said, yes, we have the location now, and then Sam didn't tell us where the location was, and then the quest disappeared. And now for this one, this was the one where we had to pick which Solarian dude we believed, when they were both playing some mind games with us, and admittedly, I was not paying as close attention as I should have been paying when we learned some stuff from the more recent of the two Solarians that we met.
Now orbiting Kadara.
So, whether that means we will, well, we've already missed out on some of the nuance, perhaps, of having to side with one of them. This guy, the one that we have chosen to team up with, has said, pretend that we are not up to something, basically. And we'll catch this guy off guard, pretty much, and then our new amigo is going to arrest this dude, and it's probably going to break out into a fight. Probably not going to actually arrest the guy, probably going to have to fight him to the death instead. And maybe that'll come back to haunt us, because maybe the guy that we're helping is actually the bad dude. And we're killing the good dude. You know, I don't really know. It was just kind of a coin flip, to tell you the truth. I swear, if it's in the cave that we were in before, I'm not going to be pleased. And it probably is. Or it's just not going to show up until we... Okay, we'll activate it. Then we'll see where it shows up. It is in the cave that we were in before. Of course it is. Of course it is. Lovely. Oh, hold on, wait. Tradition. We have to fight these dudes. Tradition, it's gonna say this is a rich resource area, even though it's depleted. Excuse me, sir. Please stop running away. Please stop running away. This side or the other side? It is this side, and then slight right.
The Outlaws built some kind of tech. They'll be looking to defend it.
Yeah, no, you don't say. You definitely didn't say exactly that same thing when we were here about an hour ago. A little more than that. Please, sir, please stop shooting me. Hello. I cannot get you. Alright, fine. We'll do it this way. Oh. Hello! How's it going? How are you? Excuse me. Hello. I mean, at least the experience is somewhat generous in that area. Like, I don't think I'm exaggerating. I think this is exactly the same cave system. It's right here. This is exactly the same cave system we were just in. Oh, this looks familiar.
Think that's it.
This was supposed to be a neutral site for us to have this meeting, I think was the premise for us coming here. When we now know that this is actually a cave in which the collective are setting up shop. I mean, does that mean that this guy is part of the collective? Maybe we shouldn't have trusted him because he is actually the bad dude? I don't know. That container was definitely not here before. We absolutely would have seen that. Alright.
There you are. Did you investigate those leads?
I learned you're a Ket collaborator and a murderer.
Who's one victim short?
So it's true. Old spies really do live forever.
This old spy would punch you if he wasn't carrying evidence in his chest.
I tried to give you a decent burial, Major. There was no time to convince you of our cause.
Alright, so it does seem as though the guy came clean and is truly a bad dude. So I guess we... Not that it was a completely random guess, but it was kind of close to it, and we did fortunately happen to choose to take the right side.
Selling your Ark to the Ket makes no logical or tactical sense.
To you, because you lack data. Several of us woke early, prepped the Ark, and then we found the Ket, an unstoppable enemy. So we made a pact. Sacrifice our Ark to the Ket and learn their secrets, so one day we could destroy them along with their exaltation.
Who's we? Yeah. Okay, buddy. Who's we in that statement? Just wondering, because, you know, you sold out your entire Ark. So who's we? Because that's incredibly stupid. Yeah, sure. Sell all of your friends out, all of your allies out, to your enemy, for intel on your enemy that you can perhaps later capitalize on. Yeah, you don't have any friends. If it weren't for us, you wouldn't have any allies to do that anyway. Because you put them in that situation. That's, makes no sense.
Hey, I know how not to get exalted. Get ourselves exalted, you idiot.
Listen, there is an empire of Ket beyond Helios. All-powerful conquerors who will invade us eventually. The secrets we learn could stop our extinction before it begins. Give us our freedom, and they're yours. Don't let this go to waste.
Okay, humor me. What did you learn?
What exactly are you offering?
The intricacies of the Ket Empire. Vassals, potential weak points, exaltation secrets.
Which we can't confirm. And you could have pulled out of your cloaca.
We had to sacrifice civilians for this, Major. Will you let that be for nothing?
Oh, so now it's our fault. Now it's our fault that you did this incredibly morally terrible thing You're gonna just put that on us. And we're blaming that on us now. Freedom for intel or arrest him. Okay. But then the question is, so obviously this guy is a complete idiot. And we have no way to verify whether the information that he claims to have is true or not. However, what is the harm in letting him go free? We get the data. We can try to determine whether it's real or not real. If it's real, obviously that it's valuable. If it's not real, then hopefully we can determine that. And he's out and about. Obviously, for revenge purposes, we'd probably like to arrest him. But is he at risk of striking future deals with the Ket and continuing to cause trouble? Or now that we've figured out what he's all about, is he, for all intents and purposes, harmless? Or we could arrest him. Okay, at that point, he's presumably not going to have any other ways to strike future deals with the Ket. But we miss out on what may or may not be actual information that could help us against the Ket. So, I don't know. I mean, it feels like, to me, at this point, this guy is not really a threat anymore. Was he before? Oh, absolutely. He was a huge problem. He sold out the entire Solarian Arc. That almost single-handedly could have failed the initiative. And does he deserve to be punished for that? Oh, absolutely. No question. But does letting him go free make it any more likely that he has a way to continue doing that type of thing? I don't know that he can anymore, because what's he going to do? He's going to sell out another Solarian Arc? Can't really do that anymore. So I think we actually do this. Even if the intel may or may not be real.
Secrets could save us, teach us to fight exaltation. Deal.
Even if I think this guy is a complete idiot.
We can always kill him and his buddies later.
That too.
The hell with that. He gave them our Ark.
And we saved it. We're vulnerable. We can't afford to lose any advantage.
If you trust Adam,
how are we vulnerable
you
for
deserve
saving?
everything you get. If I see him again, you'll have to ID him by his teeth.
I'll transfer my intel to you immediately. My life is entirely in your hands. Thank you for your foresight. You don't know how many lives you'll save.
Oh, no, it's not because we want to save your life. It's just because we want the intel. You know, if we could, in fact, it is probably the correct thing to do to turn around and shoot you in the face. So we get the best of both worlds. We get the intel, however real it may or may not be, and we also make sure that you don't have any chance of being a future problem. And then our other actual Solarian friend will be happy. Because you know, if he wants to be the one to do the deed, then you know maybe that's okay. So that should mean now that quest is done, and the only one within this allies and relationships category, which in general seems to be bigger, more plot significant quests, is this one that also requires that we talk to Suvi, which wouldn't be a problem if it weren't for how we also have the main quest that requires that we talk to Suvi. And because, let's check, how far along does the game say we are at this point? The game says we are 86, well, I'm surprised that number isn't higher, because it was 85 not that long ago, and we have finished a couple of quests since then, but, or, we thought we finished some quests. I don't know. Have we finished the little mouse quest or not? Hard to say. But, point being, we are pretty close to the end of the game now, it seems. I would have thought that number would have been higher still, which would further reinforce how there may not be much left beyond what we currently know about and the main quest. We were obviously just on Kadara, so that would lead us to think that we don't have any other quests here, unless some of these additional tasks are things that exist on here. Like, are the colonists here? I thought they were on Eos. But you're not going to tell us, so it's not really anything we can do to act on that information, because there is no information to act on. But I thought, wasn't this the one where we thought the last dead body was in the lake by the outpost? And then it wasn't? But that would have suggested that, that implies that the other dudes were here. Is this the spot where they always drop in? Or is this a different spot? Well, nice work, apparently. Apparently we're fighting this guy instead. You're gonna hurt the Nomad. Alright, we're just gonna kill this dude, and then we're gonna call it a day, I guess? Perhaps just head out? Because unless and until we get additional information, again, I have a hunch that I think this might be the spot, the planet at least, on which this mission takes place. But other than that, just don't really have the information that we need here. What's up, man? What's up, Red Lightning? How's it going, Red? We're at the point now where we're at almost the very end of the game, and we just have these obnoxious quests that require that we go around everywhere to finish them off. The problem is they don't tell us what planet they're on, and they don't tell us where on the planet to do these things. So I'm left trying to recall, where were we when we did this? Was it Eos? There was something like this on Eos, but there's also a time when we were doing something like this on Kadara. So this is on Kadara? I don't know. And we've had several missions like that today, including missions that disappeared. No longer in our journal. Which would be one thing if it happened once. But it has happened numerous times in a row today, which has really been frustrating me. Because we just don't have the information to complete the missions. The game is just hiding the necessary information from us. New job? Oh, that's exciting. That is exciting. High standards, though.
Pathfinder, got a minute?
I know Suvi wants to talk to us. Callow was technically the one who informed us about that mission before, so let's see if he has anything to say now that we finished it.
That's what the Solarian Ark was worth to our officers? Thousands of lives for maybe a future advantage against the Kit? I suppose you agreed, since you let those traitors walk free.
Look, I would have let them... I would have gotten the information and then shot them in the face, but that wasn't an option. Basically, it was kind of this.
The Kett have an empire out there. We can't match them for strength. We have to be smarter.
This is why I prefer flying. Things are simple at FTL.
Okay.
I'll let you concentrate.
You know where I'll be.
Apparently they think forklifts can fly. Oh! I'm no forklift expert, but I'm pretty sure that's not the way that they work. Quick look here. Very nice. They just throw some teams on these bronze missions, which shouldn't require any particular group to take them on. We do have a few of these boxes we can open up, I suppose. Just the ones we finished doing over the course of today's stream. Nowhere near the crazy volume we get in between streams, of course, though. But I guess we still have stuff we picked up as loot as well. Mostly just trying not to run out of inventory space, but we should be fine. Well, okay, and we, realistically at this point, we should definitely be fine. Okay. So, where does that leave us? That leaves us at a place now where we've done basically every mission that we currently know how to do. The one exception being this mission that requires that we talk to Suvi. We deliberately were delaying this because the main quest also requires that we talk to Suvi, and we don't know if this is going to lock us into... If Suvi's first going to talk about the main quest, then that might lock us into doing the main quest and prevent us from doing this at all. So, for that reason, we did everything else, including trying to do as many of these additional tasks as we could. Obviously, there are still a few remaining. This one, we know we can just wait around a little bit for. But for these 3, plus the mouse mission, I might make an exception and say, you know, the game has done everything it could to make it as difficult as possible, logistically, not for legitimate gameplay reasons, but just logistically, for us to know how to finish these quests, that I think it is within reason to double check how to do them, or at least where to do them, so that we don't wander aimlessly for all of eternity trying to see if we can get them done, only to find out that they're actually on a different planet altogether. And Helix Freak, thanks for the follow. Hope you're enjoying the stream. But yeah, so those, if we can find out how to do them, which basically what I'm saying is, I feel like this is an exception where we can, you know, unless you guys want to tell me like, oh yeah, this one's on this planet, this one's on this planet, this one's on this planet, so on and so forth. Give me some leeway to at least look at the planet where these take place. As a reminder more than anything, because also we know, theoretically, once upon a time we knew where they were, I just don't remember because we started them a long time ago and didn't really pay them much mind for a long time. Because once we've done that, oh, we do have a few things to turn in on Aya. We do have a few things to turn in on Aya, and we also didn't check to see where this one takes us, other than how it took us to several different rooms on the Nexus, only for them to not actually be the places where we're supposed to do this. So that was another thing that added to the frustration, just added to the list of quests that were extremely misleading. I don't think that's actually something that you do on the Nexus, despite it being listed as a Nexus mission. But that we're deliberately waiting on as well. So that might also be something we're looking to do soon. So we're getting very close to the end of the game. That much I think is very safe to say. It's just a matter of where exactly do we draw those lines in terms of, do we want to do absolutely every single mission and try to basically 100% the game? Or do we make some exceptions and say, nah, we don't need to do some of those minor additional tasks, quests, because they don't really count for much? Do we say, okay, we do want to do those, it's okay to look them up a little bit and at least get enough information to see them through? Those are the things that we're asking ourselves. But either way, we are getting awfully close, and I mean, it's not out of the question. We might even finish Andromeda on our next stream, or maybe 2 more, depending on, you know, really those additional tasks are the key question.